Started for the city council meeting. It is March 25th, 2025. We have a full council minus Councilwoman Cunningham. I'm sure she'll be here soon. All right, Councilman Mahoney will read our invocation tonight.
Stand with me, please. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Thank you for this great country where we can meet like this and discuss issues of government. Give us guidance and wisdom tonight. And protect our first responders in our town, all our city employees that are so important to us. We pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next up is a proclamation for J. Washington, number 119 PHA F and A&M, read by Councilman Jeff McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas J. Washington Lodge 191 PHA F and AM has demonstrated unwavering dedication to the Cibolo community through impactful outreach, mentorship programs for youth, and steadfast support for our first responders. And whereas their service and leadership are invaluable, fostering unity, education, and civic engagement. Now, therefore, I, Mark Allen, Mayor of Cibolo, Texas, on behalf of the council, staff, and citizens, proudly recognize and commend J. Washington Lodge 191 for their outstanding contributions to Cibolo.
It's that standing up that kills you, ain't it? I remember those days.
If I think about it, and if I design how I'm going to do this, it's not bad. But when you just flinch,
Have to do it,
yeah, just
and you don't want everybody to think you hurt, right? Just
Yeah.
try to do it with style.
did I tell you about the strap I used to pull the door closed, so I don't have to reach out there and grab it in the car.
All sorts of ingenious inventions.
That's right.
Hey, looky there, she's got a real camera. Huh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And then going to the hospital, and you need to reach out the window and tap that thing to get a little ticket, and the arm won't. That is so true.
Can you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, outstanding. Well, first, Mr. Mayor, council, men and women, first responders, representatives of the city of Cibolo, citizens, thank you for this recognition. We do not do what we do for recognition, but we do appreciate that our efforts are recognized. So who we are is a fraternal organization of brothers dedicated to the service of our community. That is the primary focus of our fraternal organization. It is faith, hope, and charity. That is what we try to demonstrate. That is what we try to aspire to, and that is what we try to demonstrate in the community. So in a nutshell, that is what PHA, which stands for Prince Hall Affiliated Masonry, that is what Prince Hall Affiliated Masonry is about. That is what the brothers of J. Washington Lodge number 191 are about. And we are dedicated to be deeply impactful to the city of Cibolo and Guadalupe County in general. That's who we are.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the city council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue, to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The city council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the city council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. Attorney General Opinion, JC 0169. Limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. This meeting is live streamed. If anyone would like to make comments on any matter regarding the city of Cibolo or on an agenda item and to have the item read at the meeting, please email citysecretary@cibolotx.gov or call 210-566-6111 before 5 p.m. the date of the meeting. We have two emails and one person in person by Wesley Jeffers. Wesley, come on up. How you doing, Wesley?
I'm doing well. So on March 10th, the Cibolo Youth Advisory Council had a meeting where we discussed some suggestions for about parks, and one of the most strongest held concern was we wanted there had to be more. We needed more events for the youth, and we wanted to have. Somebody even had something about a fishing tournament, and we were concerned. We wanted there to actually be stuff to do at the parks rather than just, parents take their little kids there, or old people walk in the park, and we wanted there to be stuff for people of our age to do. That will be all.
Thank you, Wesley.
You're welcome.
All right, next up is one email read by the City Secretary, Office Valerie.
This one is for, I'm sorry, give me one moment. This is from Atticus Abels. And Council, I've had it with the incompetence and bureaucratic bungling that's jeopardizing the safety of our police and our community. In a city of nearly 40,000 residents, we're saddled with a pitiful 4 patrol officers per shift on a good day, mind you. That's roughly 1 officer for every 10,000 people. And when officers take their time off, that number dropped to the bare minimum of 3, leaving 1 lone officer responsible for about 13,333 residents. Anyone with half a brain knows that's absurd, and a quick Google search confirms we're far below the national average. Cibolo patrol officers are the first line of defense, making life and death decisions every day. Yet for nearly a decade, these numbers have been stagnant. This isn't mere negligence, it's a slap in the face to those who put their lives on the line for our community. Meanwhile, neighboring Schertz maintains a minimum of 5 officers and often runs shifts with as many as 7, sometimes even including their chief of police. This isn't just a statistic, it's a damning indictment of our city's lazy approach to investing in public safety. Now consider this brutal truth. When 2 major emergencies erupt simultaneously, each demanding at least 2 officers, our pathetic staffing leaves the city utterly exposed. In some instances where the protocol calls for a minimum of 2 responders, we're forced to dispatch a single officer to a major incident with 0 backup. The chief will try and make excuses saying that doesn't happen, but I know the truth and I know the reality. It happens. We're not just flirting with disaster here, we're practically begging for another lawsuit. A quick Google search will show you a recent lawsuit where a police employee didn't hesitate to bring these staffing shortages directly to the city manager in an open forum, no less. What's more, that employee's concerns were met with scorn by the police chief, highlighting a deeply troubling culture of dismissiveness within the department. Frankly, it's irresponsible to expect our officers to cover vast areas with such meager manpower when multiple crises can erupt at once. This chronic understaffing isn't a minor oversight, it's an existential threat to our community's safety. What's more is the police chief asked for pay raises to help retain and hire more officers. How many officers have been hired in the past 6 months, not including the 2 who are currently in their final stages of training? How many times has it been in 6 months to this date? Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. All right, Joel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's frustrating to see thieves continuing in our neighborhoods, especially after the city implemented technology measures to curb crime. So what's going on? Has overnight police staffing actually increased compared to last year? And what about police cadets? Has the city committed to funding them or not? If not, why? If so, how many? And yet, however, Mr. Foos's contract seems to have taken priority over putting more officers on the streets. Maybe it's time we take a serious look at where our tax dollars are going, because public safety should be at the top of our list. Sign outside of City Hall. Exactly why was this even allowed to happen in the first place? Did no one stop to consider how this would look? Mr. Reed, you taught your years of experience often. Did it occur to you how this would look, especially considering you presumably allowed this or brought it to the council as a way to save money? Meanwhile, engaging in a contract for services with Mr. Foos, that is very questionable as to need or weigh in which it is executed. Was there public discussion, or was it just quietly accepted on a consent agenda? And more importantly, what's being done to ensure that this doesn't create a conflict of interest, or at least the perception of one, when this company bids for future contracts? If the city is serious about transparency, there should be clear answers to these questions. Otherwise, it just looks like favoritism, whether it is or not. Lesson in history: let's not repeat mistakes with our next city attorney. It's crucial for both the residents of this city and the council to understand how we arrived at this point, so we don't repeat the same mistakes. The selection of the city attorney is serious responsibility, one of the direct impacts of well-being of our community and the effective use of taxpayer dollars. Unfortunately, past actions have shown a troubling disregard for this responsibility. First, lack of commitment from leadership. The mayor didn't even consider it important enough to attend all the attorney interviews, but still participated in voting and ranking the law firms. How can someone fairly evaluate candidates without even being present for their interviews? This is not just poor leadership, it's a disservice to the city. Manipulating score led to failure. The voting process was compromised when the mayor and Mr. Roberts manipulated their rankings, ultimately giving us the disastrous legal representation we just endured. Had they approached the process with fairness and integrity, we wouldn't have had to suffer through the last year and a half of poor legal guidance. If you'd like a breakdown to see how the scoring was skewed, I'm happy to explain. For the former city attorney and the runner-up, also I saw a performance and lack thereof. I immediately began doing all I could to remove the city attorney. I'm grateful for those on council that continue to fight that removal them at the last meeting. Time to take the job seriously. It is not high school student council. This is real governance with real consequences for our residents who work hard and pay taxes. If the mayor and council members cannot take their responsibility seriously enough, they should step aside and let people who respect the role and the job properly. The people of the city deserve leadership that is engaged, accountable, transparent. We cannot afford another misstep when selecting our next city attorney. Learn from the past and step aside, and those who will. Mr. T.G. Benson.
Thank you, Joel. All right, next up is a public hearing. A, conduct a public hearing regarding a request for a change in zoning from low-density single-family residential SF2 to neighborhood commercial C1 for certain real property located at 248 West Borgfield Road, legally described as ABS 216 Sir A.S. Lewis 4.0500 AC. Mr. Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The owners and representatives are Daniel and Dana Costner. This is located at 248 West Borgfield Road, approximately 4.05 acres south of the Grand at Cibolo. This is in Council Place 2. Future land use is neighborhood commercial. The existing zoning is low-density, single-family residential SF2, and the requested rezoning is neighborhood commercial C1. The property owners at 248 West Borgfield Road are requesting a zone change from low-density, single-family residential to neighborhood commercial to increase marketability and attract more prospective buyers when listing the property for sale. The subject property is currently zoned SF2. To the west is an adjacent parcel zoned C1. North of the property, across West Borgfield Road are several properties that are zoned C1. To the east are properties that border the Snyder Industrial Park, which are zoned I1. And south of the property is within the Dobie Heights subdivision with residential lots zoned SF6. Notice was published within the local newspaper on February 23rd and the city's website. Individual letters were sent by mail to 11 property owners within 200 feet of the property. To date, staff has received 4 in favor and 1 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled for the March 12th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And today for City Council, approval and disapproval of the ordinance is tentatively scheduled for the April 8th City Council meeting. At its March 12th regular meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 6-1 to recommend approval of the requested zone change from SF2 to C1. And staff is available if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anybody here to speak on this public hearing? If so, come on up to the microphone. Come on up, sir. When you get to the microphone, please state your name. And there's no time limit on the hearing, so.
Good evening, members of council, Mr. Mayor, and city staff and everybody here. First of all, I want to thank you all for the job that you all do on a daily basis. A lot of it's done behind the scenes. We see it up here at the meetings, but we know that you're out there every day, pretty much every minute fielding stuff for us. My name is Dan Costner. I am one of the owners. My wife, Dana, unfortunately was not able to be here tonight, but I wanted to come and appear before council and express our request to go ahead and have this rezoned to a C1 plat to fall in with the future land use map, and then also to get some better use out of the property for the size of it. One thing I would like to go ahead and express is I know that there has been some concern voiced about this being up against a residential area, Dobie Heights, but I want to make sure that everybody, looks at probably what was in your packet, the aerial view of the property, and there's a pretty sizable buffer there between the property itself and Dobie Heights with the drainage that's there that's maintained. So that drainage is never going to disappear unless something happens with the land, basically. I mean, tectonic, I'm talking major event, that drainage is going to be maintained. So that buffer is constantly going to be there between the property as it exists now and Dobie Heights. Nothing can be built in there. So I just want to make sure that is a big concern that a lot of people have, but that will be there, that will be maintained. And if there's any questions you have for me while I'm here, I'd be happy to answer them if I'm able to.
Okay, and just so you know, as far as the format for this, during public hearings, this is the opportunity for the citizens to come out and speak about this item, and it's my mistake. I should have said the time to open the public hearing, so we'll just go back to 6:46 p.m. to open the public hearing. But when we do come back for the vote, which should be at the next council meeting, then we'll be able to engage with you and to be able to ask questions and things like that. And so for the rest of this public hearing, what I'll do is allow other citizens to come up and speak, either pro or for or against this item. And so thank you. But please come back on the next one, and then we'll be able to engage with you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else want to speak on this property on Borgfeld Road? If so, come on up. All right, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 6:50 p.m. and move on to the next one, which is 7B, conduct a public hearing regarding a request for a change in zoning from low-density single-family residential SF2 to community retail service, restrictive alcohol sales C2R, for certain real property located south of the intersection of West Borgfeld and Dobie Boulevard, legally described as Cibolo Kingdom Hall, Lot 2, acres, it's 5.2050, so a little over 5 acres. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The owners are Sam D Management, LLC. Representatives are Alex and Tisha Hartman. This is located on Dobie Boulevard, approximately 5.205 acres, south of the intersection of Borgfeld Road and Dobie Boulevard. This is in Council Place 2. The future land use is estate residential. The existing zoning is low-density single-family SF2. The requested zoning is for community retail / service restrictive alcohol sales C2R. The applicants are requesting a zone change from low-density single-family SF2 to the C2R zoning district for a 5.205 acre parcel located south of the intersection of Borgfeld Road and Dobie Boulevard. The applicants intend to develop a approximately 12,000 to 15,000 square foot building with approximately 8,000 square feet planned for a gym and the remaining space allocated for multi-tenant office and office businesses. The uses within that property would fall under the fitness studio / health spa, as well as the administrative business offices under the definition section within the UDC. The subject property is currently zoned SF2 and surrounded by similarly zoned properties to the north and west. The south lies the Dobie Heights subdivision with residential lots zoned SF6. West of the property across Dobie Boulevard are residential properties zoned C1 and SF2, and further west is the Snyder Industrial Park, which is zoned I1. Notice was published within the local newspaper on February 23rd and the city's website. Individual letters were sent by mail to 18 property owners within 200 feet of the subject property. To date, staff has received 2 in favor and 2 in opposition. Public hearings were scheduled for the March 12th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and today for City Council. Approval or disapproval of the zoning ordinance is tentatively scheduled for the April 8th City Council meeting. At its March 12th P&Z meeting, the Commission voted 4-3 to recommend a modification to the applicant's original zoning request. Instead of the proposed zone change from SF2 to C2, the Commission recommended rezoning the property to neighborhood commercial C1 with a conditional use permit to allow for the fitness studio / health spa. During those deliberations, the Commission expressed concerns regarding potential impacts such as traffic, noise, and the broader range of permitted uses allowed within the C2 zoning district, particularly within the event that the property is sold in the future. In response to those concerns, the applicant amended their rezoning application to community retail / service restrictive alcohol sales, which is the C2R zoning district. This designation would prohibit alcohol-related uses, including bars, breweries, and liquor stores, while ensuring that their intended uses remain permitted by rights. And staff is available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. All right, and so I'm going to open up the public hearing. And before I do, I wanted to give everybody a little bit of insight into how this process works. And so during the public hearing for this rezoning application, Everybody who came here in person to be able to speak either for or against this rezoning will have the opportunity to come on up to the microphone and speak. There's no time limit on you, but there are 24 emails to read, and so please try to keep things brief. If you're saying something that someone else has already said, so just please just kind of keep it brief and say me too or something like that. And so there will not be a vote on this item tonight. It'll be at the next council meeting. And so if you need to go home after you speak, feel free to do so, and then tune in at the next council meeting for the vote. But I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. And so those that are here in person, please go ahead and come on up one at a time, and then we'll have the 24 emails read afterwards. The time is now 6:55 p.m. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And so if you could, just whoever wants to go first, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. Okay. Sir, come on up.
Mayor, my name's Jim Sturch. I live in Garden Ridge. I wrote one of those 24 emails, but I've been a member of Burn Boot Camp for 8 months. I'm also a member of a fitness facility 200 yards away for over 10 years. It wasn't providing me what I needed for my fitness and health and well-being. I went to Burn Boot Camp last summer, and from day one, it is an incredible operation. I was a small business franchisee operator in San Antonio for 23 years. I finished with the #2 hair salon in San Antonio, and I know that Alex and Tisha are incredible franchisees running an incredible business. Health, fitness, well-being, camaraderie, childcare. The people that go in there are pushed to their limits, and they're getting healthier. And I would offer that Cibolo should invite this business to come into their town and open up their facility. And I encourage any of you and challenge any of your city council to go to this facility, and I will pay for your membership to join. Burn Boot Camp is incredible. All my friends are here. We work out every day. It's 45 minutes of the most invigorating workout you'll ever get, and you'll walk out of there dragging your feet. I'm just saying, you need Burn Boot Camp in your city. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Jim. All right. Who's next? Welcome. All right.
I was worried whenever I got here that I wasn't going to be able to reach this.
Please state your name and your microphone, and then.
My name is Tammy Boyd. I
Thank you, Tammy.
am the lead trainer at Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek. I've been part of Burn since 2018. So I started my Burn journey a long time ago at the New Braunfels location. I became a member. They opened their doors on January 15th. My daughter was a week shy of turning 1 year old. And in my head, I was looking for fitness. I wanted somewhere to work out, somewhere to, the classic mom, feel like me again. That's what I wanted, and I found a whole lot more. Like Jim, these are my friends. These are my people. So started Burn 2018, and from there, I was approached about 8 months later. I started working in the New Braunfels Child Watch room, and shortly after became a support trainer within the New Braunfels location, different franchise partners. One of their members at the New Braunfels location as well, her name is Casey Glasscock. She and her husband Brett bought into Burn, and they opened Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek and approached me in about mid-2018 and offered me a position to be their lead trainer. And how do you say no to a facility like Burn? You just don't. So opportunity arose. I said, absolutely, count me in. Moved to mid-2019. We are under construction. We're hosting pop-up camps in October of 2019 in our parking lots. Who here came to? Yeah. We have some OGs in the house from our pop-up camp days. But fast forward, we opened our doors January 2020, and we're rolling and going. So we have some of our core values. One of them is people first. And that is what we do. We put people first in everything that we do, every decision that we make, whether it's from opening the door for somebody or the workouts that we're providing for them, they're first. Sometimes small decisions that are easy, other ones that are larger, that are a lot more challenging for us to make sometimes, but people are always first. A dear friend of mine, Nicole Barr, she's right back there. Okay. Whenever we talk people first, it's not always just the little things. It's not always just picking somebody up next to us, but tragedy strikes. Nicole Barr came to us. She was a friend of mine. We worked out in New Braunfels together, and whenever we opened Cibolo Creek, she moseyed right along, joined us. She was 20 weeks pregnant whenever we opened in January, and on February 15th, she delivered her son, Samuel, at 27 weeks gestation with no heartbeat. We don't know why. We celebrate his birthday every year. We love on her. We're talking, we've been open 6 weeks. People that she didn't know, people who had never met her. I just said, hey guys, we have a member and she needs us. They rallied around her. They took meals to her home. We lifted her up in spirit. We loved on her, we gave her care packages, showed up to her house just to watch her other kids so she could have a moment. People she didn't know. And we put people first in everything that we do. 4 weeks later, COVID. We're shut down. Gym's closed. We're done. Close the doors. Sorry, you guys can't work out together. You can't be that close. Put a mask on. Walk away. No, you don't get 45 minutes to yourself. Teach your own kids. Our first responders are still out there working their tails off every single day. So many of our members are military spouses, first responder spouses. Nicole Barr is a nurse herself. We got 45 minutes every single day. We found the Zoom. We did workouts on Zoom, and we hold them close to our hearts. We still share. Those pop up right about this time of year. We're sharing them every single day. Hey, remember this? Hey, remember this? I hold those close. They were fun. You could find us bicep curling gallons of milk or doing medicine ball slams with a pillow, running up and down stairs. I mean, I don't know. The list goes on, but I hold those close. But Nicole needed us during that time, and I know she holds them so much closer than probably any of us do. And that's one thing that we will always vow to keep and hold close, is keeping our people at the front of our line. Moving forward, 2020, we make it through COVID. Everything is business as usual. We're killing it. Our camps are busy. We're doing all the things that we always do. Fast forward a few years, and our training team has grown. I had a baby. They threw me a baby shower. I mean, so many great things. And my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2016. So we go way back. But it got rough. October 22, moving into January 23, got real rough. We lost her February 1st of 2023. And sure, that's hard. Losing a parent's hard. My kids lost their grandma. I mean, it's... Six weeks later, I walk into a training and find out that my gym is up for sale. A place I've poured my heart and soul into since 2019. Pop-up camps in our parking lot is up for sale. And the type of up for sale that's like, hey, if we don't sell, we're closing. These doors are going to close. Selfishly, right? Lose my mom, lose my people, lose my place. I can get a job anywhere. I'm not really worried about the job. I'll work somewhere else. Those are my people. That's where I go whenever I've had a rough day and I want to work out. So here we are. In walks Tisha Hartman, 4 months into her membership, working out at 7:15. I'm sure I made a bad joke, like, hey, you want to add another business to the pack, right? You want one more? Are you busy tomorrow? What are you doing? And her response wasn't, oh, business, oh, money, oh, investments. It was, Tammy, the gym can't close. Where would they go? Your team, like, where are they going to work? Where are these people going to work out at? You have a gym community, what's going to happen? I'm like, you're telling me, preaching to the choir, Tisha, I hear you. What do we do? September 27th is her burn anniversary. And we are so thankful that she and Alex took the leap and said yes to Burn Boot Camp. It has been the best thing for us. So thank you. A lot has happened in the last year and a half with the Hartmans paving the way. We're thriving. Our business has increased exponentially. We just finished a promo, top 2 in the nation, which is a big deal for us. And again, it's people first. Our people deserve the space that they deserve. And the mere fact that Tisha said, where are they going to go? Screams people first. So whenever we look at their integrity and their character, not just as individuals, but as business owners as well, this is one of those things where we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're here to stay. Where would they go? Where would they go? Where do you put these sweet children? So in a sense of the character, the integrity that they bring, we've made many decisions, easy and hard, and every single one has been to better our community, to better our people, to allow them space where they can just be loved, be seen, be heard. It might be the only space that someone feels that all day long. We do this thing that everybody loves at Burn. We say, make sense, say yes. And it has a special place in my heart. And I talk about it all the time because we'll go and demonstrate an exercise. Hey, here's how you do a bicep curl. Do this, do that, do this, do that. Make sense, say yes. And everybody's like, yes, Tammy, it makes sense. We get it. We know how to do a bicep curl. We know how to do a burpee. Sometimes I have to remind them that you're not saying yes to me. I know you know how to do a burpee. I know you know how to do a bicep curl. I get it. You're saying yes to yourself. You're saying yes to confidence. You're saying yes to, yes, I am capable. Yes, I will try. Yes, I can do that. And if I'm not great at it today, I'll be great at it tomorrow. And that's what we provide inside of our 4 walls every single day. It's a safe space for men and women alike to be seen, to be heard, to be loved. Whenever we first opened, that's what I said to a room full of 100 people. I said, yeah, we do fitness, but I almost don't care about the fitness part because I don't know what happens at home for you. I don't know what your job is like. I don't know how people speak to you. I don't know how many kids you have and how many ways are you torn? Mom, get me a snack. Mom, I need this. Dad, help me. Dad, take me outside. Play a game with me. You're torn in so many ways, and all of us spend so much time pouring into everybody else. 45 minutes. You get to pour into yourself to make yourself better, to make yourself a better partner, to make yourself a better mom, a better dad, a better business owner, a better leader. That's what we do inside Burn for a whole lot of people in the community. And to have our space on Dobie Boulevard. That's where it's at. Make sense, yes? Yes. See what I mean?
Yep.
But we're going to finish it like we always do. 2 claps on 2, 1, 2.
Thank you. You're a great public speaker. Thank you very much. All right, who wants to top that? Anyone else? Okay, come on up. How's it going?
Good evening. Going good. My name's Alex Hartman. My wife and I, of course, are residents of Cibolo. We've successfully operated 2 businesses in Cibolo, including my State Farm office, which started in 2005, Fearfully and Wonderfully Made, which my wife started in 2019. And most recently, of course, Burn Boot Camp that we acquired in 2023, currently located in Schertz. All 3 of our businesses are thriving. In addition, in 2020, we took on the challenging project to restore the historic home on 302 North Main Street, transforming that into my new State Farm office and the studio for Fearfully and Wonderfully Made. We took great care in maintaining the historic nature of the home. That was something that was important to us to maintain and share with the Cibolo community. We love and are vested in Cibolo, and we're prepared to make this significant additional investment in Cibolo with this project to move Burn Boot Camp from Schertz to Cibolo. And this would be Burn Boot Camp's permanent location. And this would create, of course, a health and fitness collective that our whole community can benefit from in addition to the great jobs and tax revenue that the city would also receive from that. Our contract to buy the property is contingent on the rezoning from residential to commercial, and due to the considerable easements that the property has, its viability for residential is very limited and would really be cost prohibitive. Commercial is what makes sense for this property, for it to be developed to its full potential. And additionally, the easements that the property has naturally provide a buffer to the nearby residential community, and that's also why we're requesting the C2R zoning. Similar to what Old Town's commercial overlay project provided in revitalizing Old Town, we feel this project will help revitalize that area as well. Right now, the property is full of thick briars and trash that need to be cleaned up. There's large portions of the property that are not suitable for structures due to the easements. And part of our vision is to create a public use trail system on the property in the wooded easements portion. And then also, when we did our outreach to the Dobie Heights residents, having a nearby park for especially the children was something that the residents shared a strong interest in and being something really important to them. My wife and I, we have kids that have gone to watch Jordan, Dobie, and Clemens. All of their schools had traffic issues at drop-off and dismissal times. It's to be expected, and I understand the concern. But as you heard from our members, Tammy, and then also I'm sure from the letters that you'll be reading, since Bern is largely about community, most members tend to stay after camps and talk to one another, and they leave more on a gradual basis, so it's not like a mass exodus. People kind of trickle out, so the traffic from the property would filter out to Dobie Boulevard and then to Boardfield in small numbers between camp times. And the other aspect of it, I know the concern was with Dobie Junior High being nearby. It's not directly across the street. It's on the opposite side of the road. So as people exit Dobie, they would be in different lanes of traffic than what the school traffic would be on. And then in addition, the camp times can easily be adjusted as needed. But in addition, we look forward to the opportunity to provide this to our community, and it's something that we would take great care in planning as far as the functionality and design. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alex. All right, so our city secretary, Val, wanted me to make sure to mention that if you sent an email in, if you could just let Val know, no need to read it if you've already spoken. And so the public hearing goes on, so who else would want to come speak next? Come on up. Oh. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Leah Wyckoff. I started at Burn Boot Camp March of last year, coming up on my 1-year anniversary. I am an Air Force veteran. I got out of the Air Force in 2014, but in 2012 I got pregnant with my oldest kid, who is not with us right now. She's at home. I stopped working out when I got pregnant with her. I completely stopped. So 2012, look at this community. So 2012, I completely stopped. Thank you. Working out, and I joined Burn Boot Camp because my mom was at Burn Boot Camp, and she wanted one of her kids, me or my sister, to come work out with her, and I was like, absolutely not, I refuse. And then my sister, who is pretty flaky, told my mom that she was going to go, and I was super concerned that my mom was excited that my sister said she was going to go and that she wasn't going to go. So I went instead, and my sister didn't go, so I'm glad I did. And I went to that workout, and I never stopped. Never stopped after that. Today marks my 251st day in a row working out. Burn Boot Camp, thanks guys. Burn Boot Camp is a part of my everyday routine. It's changed the way that I eat. It's changed the way that I live. My kids know when I say, hey, you know, they wake up in the morning, they're like, we're going to Burn. I'm like, yeah, maybe. If you're not going to daycare or somewhere else, yeah. But they're excited to go to Burn. I'm excited to go to Burn. And again, I hadn't worked out in over a decade before I joined Burn Boot Camp. I know that there's been a lot of concerns about the traffic. My oldest kid goes to Dobie. I'm involved in that traffic either way. And I got 2 more who are zoned to be in that traffic any day now. But, I just appreciate the community that Bern has created for me. It's not just something that I love, it's something that my mom loves too. She sent an email. But it's been something that's super life-changing. We've got this community that we love. We've got these people who are constantly supporting us. They're promoting our health. They're pushing us to be better, stronger versions of ourselves. And my kids love it there, but they would love it even more if they had some space, more space. And as we continue to grow, we're running out of space for the kids. And, we need this. Bern needs this. And so I just really ask, that you guys heavily consider it. We're in favor. We're all in favor. We love it there. And we know that you guys would love it there too if you gave it a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Hackworth. I sent an email, so I'm going to just paraphrase my email so you can skip that one later. I am one of the founding members of Bern, and I have been to a handful of gyms between San Antonio and New Braunfels, and I have commitment issues when it comes to the gym. And when I went to Bern, they presented me with the membership options, and I was like, I'm gonna have to think about that because I didn't want to commit to something long-term. And 5 years later, I'm still in the same place, and I actually work there now, so I'm part of the team, and I love it there, and my kids love it there. It has become a place where I can go. The workouts are where I go relieve my stress from the day. I am a homeschool mom, so that is part of our homeschool community, and we do have a handful of homeschool families there, and my best friends are there, my kids' best friends are there, and so it's just been a really big part of our lives and a big part of our family. I also, in my role now, I can help other people find that for themselves. So finding a healthier lifestyle and providing a place for them to come, bring their kids, and just have that family environment is really great. So I appreciate your consideration in rezoning, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Who else would like to come speak about Bern Boot Camp? Come on up. Hello, welcome.
Hi, my name is Sarah Dietz. I am a part of their real estate team and also one of the OGs for Bern Boot Camp. I started in January 2020 when they opened. I was very excited to have something like that in our community. 5 years later, I'm still going 4 to 5 days a week. And since I started, I've also recruited my 2 20-year-old daughters, well, 22 and 25-year-old daughters, and they now come with me when they can between their full-time jobs. I mean, where else can I'm almost 50 years old, where else can an almost 50-year-old woman go work out with their 20-year-olds and, do the same workout, but we're both getting good results. I've never been so consistent in my working out in my entire life. I feel like, over the 5 years that I've gone there, yes, I'm 5 years older, but I feel like I'm way stronger than I was when I started 5 years ago. And this community, if I don't show up, they're like, where were you? Where have you been? If I go on vacation, I have to tell somebody, I'm going to be gone for about a week. So I'll be back. Just, everybody is so looking out for everybody. The child watch, I bring my big kids there now, but they just love those kids, just like you saw a minute ago, grabbing them any chance they get. Sometimes Tammy, the trainer, is running around camp with a child on her hip, instructing us because, a kid's crying and needs a little extra attention. I mean, we are truly a community. When the Hartmans took over, they have the biggest heart, and they want what's best for this community. They've already done wonderful things with their 2 other businesses here in Cibolo, and they're ready to do more. And they want to do this for this community and these members, and we're all really excited about this opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Real short. I'm going to keep it short and sweet.
Welcome.
Thank y'all for having this and taking this situation into consideration. My name is Sandra Callahan. I'm very new to Bern, not quite 3 months yet. Tammy is very intimidating. I encourage you to take her up on her offer and come check it out. But when I tell you that I'm retired Army. I've been to several gyms in the area in Cibolo, shirts on the military installations, and then I'm kind of like some of the others, a commitment phobe to a gym because, oh, somebody's going to hold me accountable. But they made me want to go. And I go to the 5:30 in the morning class, so it takes a lot to get me in there. But I appreciate all of them. I really pray that y'all are able to take this into consideration and rezone it so we can get into Cibolo and keep the community growing. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Linda McCoy. I'll be super fast. I'm retired Air Force as well. And when my supervisor first asked me to go to Bern and I watched the video, I'm like, why do people pay to do that? It made no sense. And I mean, I know violence is not the answer, but that made no sense. But I've been all of 12 times and I'm looking for a place to live in San Antonio because I'm new here and I want to go where Bern goes. And that's what it means to me. It's not only has it been my coworkers there, my boss there, but Tammy, they've all made a difference. You get someone there that is just like Tammy, and then you get me. But the thing is, they get you there, they encourage you. So it's for everyone, regardless of anything out there. It's just a place to grow. And that's what I have learned from them. And that's what I love about the place. So please. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Teresa Hale. I have been a member of Bern for going on 2 years, and I don't like working out. I don't. I am a 4:30 a.m. person. I work for SCUC ISD. I do not like working out. But something about the spirit of, it's not just a gym. It's a family, it's a community. I recently had surgery, so I was out for 2 months. The support that I got, my husband joined to keep me accountable when I don't want to go. They asked him about me, they checked up on me. I missed it. Not gonna lie to you, this week, I think I like working out now. I may not complain as much, but from somebody who does not enjoy working out, it's something that secretly does bring me joy to be there with people that genuinely care about you, that you walk in there, you don't want to be there, you're tired from the night before, from work, from all the stress of the school. But it's life-changing. I have lost 25 pounds, and it's more of a mental thing than a physical thing for me, but we have incredible franchise owners who will bend over backwards and do anything for you. And it's not just a gym, it is a community that needs more space because the parking situation, right? But there's traffic any which way you see it, right? With 3Dub, with Borgfeld, with Cibolo Valley, there's traffic everywhere. But we do need the space, and we just want to thank you for listening to this big community and how much we love our space. And even when we don't work out, we really do. When we don't love working out, we do.
Thank you. Come on down. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
I was not going to speak, but I do want to add to them. My name is Leticia Cameron. I am an OG, so I hate working out too, but I think it's a cult. They sprinkle something in there. I don't know what it is, but they do. Tammy's known for me as Tammy the Tiny Terror, but she does it with love, and she's pushed and she's pushed and she's pushed. But I also want to talk about the Hartmans for a minute because they put so much else in the community because of drives when somebody needs something, our community outreach. But I'm also a teacher at Wiederstein Elementary School down the road. And so the Hartmans always do something for our educators, people that work in the district, whether it's a turkey drive and they dress up in turkey costumes, or whatever it is to support our community. And I think that in bringing Burn to Cibolo and making this, they're going to have more of an impact to the community that it already has, but it's going to double fold, triple fold, hopefully, because we are elbow to elbow in there. And even though we may not like burpees, I don't want a burpee on somebody's head. So if y'all can consider that, that would be great. But I highly recommend even just walking in and seeing it. Do a focus meeting with Tammy or any of the wonderful trainers. Go in, your life will change. I walked in that door about 240 something pounds, and I'm well under that. So it started from the inside out with medication going away, and those ladies just telling you can do it when I didn't think I could. So thank you for your time, but hopefully you'll see the big significance they make. Okay.
Great job. Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
Thank you. My name's Lori Wilbraham, and I'm a brand new resident of Cibolo since June. And I am not a Burn member, but what I am is a mother-in-law to a daughter-in-law who has grown emotionally, socially, physically. And in doing that, my little grandsons love to go and see their mother compete. They love to go to see their mom be a part of an activity that encourages them to run, to jump, to not stop. And it's pretty special because I've gone to activities where they do social things. We create doormats at Christmas. Talk about chaos, but it was fabulous. And once again, I don't do the physical side of this, but I see the impact that it's made in my personal family. And I don't think Burn Camp is more than just a storefront. They are something that gives to this community, that gives back to the community, and brings a fulfillment that reaches so many special levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Tankey. Basically, me too. Everything they said. I just wanted to add that I'm actually a stage 4 cancer survivor. I was diagnosed. I was diagnosed at the age of 30 in December of 2021, and I actually only just recently joined Burn maybe 8 months ago in September of 24. Me and Vanessa, we went on her birthday because she loves to work out and she's one of my dear friends, and not having any intentions of liking it. Not gonna lie, we didn't want to pay for it because we're moms and we're cheap. Like, we want to spend the money on our kids. But we went in and we literally were like, what is this? Like, in love with it. We became addicted. Like, there are worse things to be addicted to, and this is probably at the top of the chart of addictions. So I'm like in the best shape of my life. Right before I joined in August of 24, I was told that there's no evidence of disease in my body. And so I'm here to be healthier, stronger, and live for my kids. And this gym has literally changed that for me. I'm considering doing like body competitions now and different things for myself that I would have never had the confidence or even drive to want to consider. I looked at these women like they were crazy, like who eats like this and works out 7 times a week? I do. I do. I'm one of them. So I just wanted to say thank you for considering it. Also, yes, it needs to be bigger, and the new place would have showers. We stink. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Kate.
Welcome.
Good evening, sir. My name is Lorenzo Martinez, and I'm a Cibolo resident as of 2023. My wife and I actually started at Burn in March of 2023 as well. Combined total, just looking at from then to now, we've lost about 80 pounds together. As she just mentioned, she's in the best shape of her life. I am as well. I thought I was in great shape at 21, even better shape now at almost 30. My wife and I have a running joke that Burn is small but mighty, just like our head trainer Tammy. So we would really appreciate it if we had the space to become large and mighty. So we really appreciate your time, and we really hope you take us into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, I am Cheyenne. I am new here. I just moved to Cibolo in the end of June. I didn't even think I was going to speak, so if I get teary, I'm sorry. We have moved twice within the last 2 years. My husband's in foundations, and that's a big issue down here. That's for another time. And in those 2 years, living in Missouri and from Indiana, I lost myself. And when I moved here, I joined Burn in July on my birthday, like someone else did. Crazy idea. And these people are what makes Cibolo great to live. Like, it is just an amazing place. And these people have brought me just back down to earth. I just can't, I'm so thankful. I have 4 kids, that's a lot. And they let me bring all 4 kids to be watched, and they are safe, and they love it. They are thriving, I'm thriving. They've got to watch their mom compete in athletic games, which I have never done. And I killed it. They are so proud of their mom. And I have people behind me that have known me for just a few months, and they are so supportive, and they are so caring, and they really care about Cibolo. So, sorry I'm teary, but please support us. This is a great community, and this is why people want to live in Cibolo.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jessica Gomez. I don't have anything prepared, but I am an OG. Been there from the parking lot. Yep. And Schlather Park. Yep. But everyone else talking about working out, community. We are a community. We do the parades. We do donations. We do food drives. We do angel trees. We do a lot for the community. So I think this moving to this new location will just bring more. Also, we're talking about kids. She started working out at 13, my oldest, and she loved the workouts. So it's not just for women and men, it's for our teens as well. The summer is coming around. We have student and teacher discounts, so the teens can come work out with the parents and just gather up like that. I am working at MDLC, so I have to pass by Dobie all the time. So the traffic is not going to be an issue at all. So I'm truly excited. I also work there. It's been 2 years working there as well, so I'm part of the team as well. So being in this community, I just love it so much. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. Welcome. How you doing?
Hi, my name is Gregory Tavernier. Last year, my wife came up to me, showed me a video of Burn, everybody's faces, and they're sweating, and I'm not doing that. I'm just not going to go up there and do that. So, like a week later, we're up there doing that, and it's crazy. Like it hurts so bad, but at the end, you just feel so good. You're energetic. You're sore, but you're just like, oh, and I'm not really the biggest people person, but they're so nice and they're inviting and they make you feel at home. They make you feel welcome. I mean, we have family nights, we have movie nights. Like everybody just comes together and it's great. If you'd have told me I'd have been here a year ago, I'd have said I like nachos way too much. So, but here I am and throw my support out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. How you doing?
Hi, my name is Christina Rosas. I've been a Cibolo resident since 2016. I didn't join Burn until 2022, but my son was about 18 months old and he was a COVID baby. So that was his first experience in daycare, was at Child Watch, and he absolutely fell in love. It took him a little while to get used to it, but he eventually did. And since then, I've had another child, and as moms know, postpartum is a difficult time, and this place has helped me through 2 different postpartums. I was depressed, I was anxious, I was alone, and this place has showed me community. It showed me what I can be as a mother, as a woman, and as myself. My 15-year-old has also gone with me. My now 1-year-old has come into Child Watch. This is his only experience in daycare. My husband went through. Everyone that I have met, I have given a 3-day trial to, a 7-day trial to, a 4 for 69, 5 for 59. I have brought so many different people into this gym because it is a community, and I love this place. This place is home. So I would just ask you to consider rezoning so we can have a playground, we can have more space for our kids to grow. I sent an email, so please don't read that. But thank you for listening to us, and this is our community.
Thank you. Who's next? Nobody else? Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn. I've been living in the city of Cibolo for 21 years now. Prior to Bern, I was traveling for an hour just for a gym just like that. Everything that they provide. Until Bern, I was so happy to find them. Just like she spoke, I'm also a testimony of postpartum depression. With my first child, I lost myself. With my second child, I found Bern, and I was able to jump over all of that. So I finally found myself, and I'm super thankful for Bern. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Stosh, come on down, my man. How you doing tonight?
Doing good. Thank you, Mayor Allen. Council. My name is Stosh Boyle, resident here for a long time. Actually, spent a little stint on Dobie Boulevard myself, right around the corner from where the project's going. But this project checks a lot of boxes. I want to commend the planning and zoning for taking a look at this and diving deep into it, and also the council. You know, when we set out to look for, sometimes we have a choice on what goes in and sometimes we don't. This particular one, we have a choice. And so, you know, rezoning this and vetting this business is, I commend y'all for it, because this is exactly the type of protocol that we want to, that helps enhance our community. So, you know, as far as checking boxes, you know, community, check. You have developers, owners here that live and breathe Cibolo, check. You're talking about a 5-lane road, Borgfield, check. You know, right now I want to remind everybody 1103 is 3 lanes. And, you know, you couldn't ask for a better development, and I wish we could see more of this. And, you know, I'm just urging the council to do the right thing on this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Stosh. Tisha, how you doing?
I'm good. How are
Welcome.
y'all? I'm Tisha Hartman. My husband and I revitalized the project on 302. And what brought me to Bern, I remember dirt roads in Shirts in Cibolo. I went to Clemens and played ball there. My father was a coach at Corbett Junior High. I'm very deeply rooted in this community. When the Shirts Y opened up, I was one of the original group fitness instructors. Cibolo Y opened up, I was one of the original group fitness instructors. My degree is in physical education, kinesiology. I stepped away from teaching to open Fearfully and Wonderfully Made. What brought me to Bern? A few moms come and would bring their children to the studio, and they would talk about this place. And I had not been working out in a while. I had stepped away from all of my other responsibilities to focus on what we were doing in Cibolo. My daughter was just graduating Clemens and had decided to join the Marine Corps. And I was grieving my 5'3" young daughter, my baby, joining the Marine Corps. So she joined, signed up, and was off to boot camp, and I joined Bern. So while she was in boot camp, I was in boot camp. Like Tammy said, 4 to 5 months later into me being a member. That's the first time I've ever paid for a gym membership, by the way. I've always worked at the gym I worked out at. It was brought to my, and one thing I really loved was the founding franchise partner, Brett Glasscock, and his wife. He was a teacher in SCU CISD. And they poured out their investment into our community. It got to the point where, I'll just say, they were the only tenant in the complex, and the amount of rent they paid was supporting the mortgage for the complex. That's wrong. Small business cannot thrive that way. So 4 to 5 months into me being a member, it's brought to my attention that we are going to have to, he's going to have to find a buyer, and there's no buyer, or they were going to have to close. In the middle of our economy, you have Tammy, who's poured out her heart. Her family's been raised in those 4 walls. Brett and his wife had poured to the community, and it's just going to close. Women had lost 100 pounds inside those 4 walls, gained confidence they didn't have before when they walked in those doors. Took a lot of courage to walk into those doors the way they did. And every step and every rep meant something to them. When we moved my husband's office from Schertz Parkway to the location on 302, and we opened Fearfully Wonderfully Made's first brick and mortar space, our finances were supernaturally blessed. And my husband was saying, we need to invest in this, we need to invest in this, we need to invest in this. And I said, I feel like the Lord's preparing us for something. I think we just need to save it. I walked into his office one day, and I said, hey, babe, you know how much I love Bern? It's for sale, and if they don't find a buyer, it may close. Can I have your permission to explore this? And he said, I'm not looking for another project right now, babe. But you can explore it. We can look at what that looks like. We went on a roller coaster, 7 months, probably long. We thought we were good. Then the real estate complex didn't want to rent to us all of a sudden, overnight. Gave them a personal guarantee for 2 years, didn't want to go down the road. So they would rather not have rent from a new franchise partner than, anyways, it was crazy. So we went through that roller coaster. September 23 of 2023, my daughter just had graduated in March. She's now a corporal in the Marine Corps. Intelligence is what she does. Our goal or the vision, should I say rather, when we purchased Bern was not just to let it be. It was to grow it and move it. We have saved every profit. My husband and I have not taken a dime from the organization. When we first purchased it, we were putting money back into it, and the amount of money we had saved was the amount that was needed. We took from our other 2 businesses to reinvest into the business, to give them, the members, what they needed. We worked hard with our team who responded so strongly to what and how we needed to do things at Cibolo Creek. We've always joked, Cibolo Creek is in Schertz. In November of last year, I was a little frustrated at the way that we were saving for the new space. My husband's a financial genius, by the way. He had set up a special account just for Bern, and after the rent was paid, after our expenses were paid, and our payroll was paid, every dime went into that account. I knew what it was going to take to design and build
what these members deserve, what this community needs. In November of last year, I felt the Lord tell me, it's coming. We knew, working with SBA before, we had to be in business for 2 years, operating the business before we could go to SBA and ask for funds, no matter what we had in the bank. We had 2 properties we were looking at 2 properties. I asked a member if she would be willing to be our realtor. She's never done commercial real estate. It's our heart to pour back into our members, to utilize our members' gifts and their talents. I told her that the property that we were looking at was currently residential, and we would need it to be rezoned commercial. And she said, let me get somebody to help me. My husband and I left for a vacation. First one since we took over, maybe? I don't know. It was 2 days before we left, or the day before we left. Yeah. Sarah calls me and says, hey, there's an LOI on the property that you're interested in, and we need to sit down, we need to talk. Our heart is a wellness collective where we can have mental health, we can have physical wellness, we can have activities for children and families. Our heart is for strong families. We have husbands and wives working out together and strengthening their marriages inside these 4 walls. I was joking with Tammy, one of our level 10s. I don't know if I'm gonna have to own or finance it. I don't know, something's coming in January. And it did. I do have a letter, you do not have to read it. I'm about to tell. We are not outside developers. We are deeply rooted with a love and heart for Cibolo. We're not here to turn a quick profit. We are a rooted Cibolo family who has poured into our community. Traffic has been mentioned. The Zero Dobie Boulevard location is not directly across from any school, like Walmart is directly across from Wiederstein Elementary, where small children are arriving and exiting school, or the commercial space across from Steele High School. Nor is the traffic for our location going to impact the residents, as Legacy Schools has impacted my neighborhood. For the longest time, I could not turn left out of my neighborhood onto Cibolo Valley Drive. If one exits my neighborhood on 3009, sometimes you are stuck for 15 minutes at the light. That's part of growth. I understand that. We have spoken to many of the Dobie Heights residents. We took the time to bring a copy of our narrative, to ask them if they have any questions, and to leave them our phone number. All that we spoke to were excited that it was not going to be another storage facility, a nail salon, or a dental office. And they were most frustrated with the industrial park right behind them. We also looked at the start of times for the school in our area, and our current camp schedule does not impact that. Safety is the utmost concern to my husband and I. He's an insurance agent. Our current location on FM 3009 it's not safe. The egress was not done properly. I have met with TxDOT to see what could be done in the interim while we prepare for our move. There are 5 businesses now in that complex that take up 0.91 acres. A car repair shop, a lot of traffic there. 2 membership-based businesses.
There are not enough parking spaces, and we have worked with the neighboring businesses to curve as much as that is possible. Our staff parks in the back with their young children. They walk up to the front. The actions of speaking and setting up a meeting with TxDOT is the actions of an invested business owner. I could sit back in my home and let my staff worry about things. I'm proactive. I seek solutions. And I love my community. We are not a large corporation that is worried about the bottom dollar. We have looked at Zero Adobe Boulevard with safety in mind, having our space on a street off the main road while lacking visibility, which is so important to small business, provides a safer egress that we are looking for our members. My husband has been a successful State Farm insurance agent in our community for the last 21 years. We understand there are risks to anything. We don't see how this council can find a better risk than a homegrown Cibolo family who has a record of success as well as doing things to better the community. I assure you, our intentions are for the betterment of this community as a whole. Concerns that were shared at P&Z meeting, there are no guarantees or assurances that we would build what we are sharing. Our name is on the line. We follow through with what we say we're going to do. America was built on a vision of greatness, and risks had to be taken to achieve that vision. If fear of what might happen was allowed to stop that vision from moving forward, things would be so much different than they are today. Currently, the land is vacant, zoned residential, yielding a certain amount of tax dollars for our community. Realtors do not see a family purchasing Zero W Boulevard for their residents. Rezoning this property commercial for the Wellness Collective and Burn Boot Camp will provide the city tax revenue in many ways, most importantly in property tax. And we are not a large corporation seeking any tax breaks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tisha. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Come on up to the microphone. All right, hearing none, I'm going to turn it over to Val to read the emails. Valerie?
You want us to read some of that?
Ms. Tanky, you did stand up. Did you still want yours read? No, you're good. Okay, thank you. Okay, the first one I have is from Ms. Elvira Garcia. Dear City Council members, I am writing to express my strong support for the rezoning of the proposed property for Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek. As a resident of Cibolo for the past 6 years, I have finally found a place where I truly feel a sense of belonging. This gym is more than just a fitness facility, it is a loving community. As a wife, mother of 3, and an educator, my days are often filled with responsibilities that leave little time for personal growth and self-care. However, Burn Boot Camp has provided me with the confidence, motivation, and support I needed to prioritize my well-being. It has become a space where I can recharge, set personal goals, and connect with like-minded individuals who encourage and uplift one another. The impact of this gym extends beyond just fitness. It fosters a strong, positive, and welcoming environment for people of all ages and backgrounds. The relationships I have built here have reinforced my commitment to an active and healthy lifestyle. I can guarantee many others share similar sentiments, and as this gym has helped countless individuals find strength both mentally and physically. Losing this opportunity due to zoning restrictions would be a significant loss for our community. I sincerely urge you to consider the long-term benefits that Burn Boot Camp brings to the people of Cibolo and to approve the rezoning request. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Elvira Garcia. Next, we have John Morris. To whom it may concern, I submit this letter as support for Burn Boot Camp, Cibolo Creek, petition to rezone residential property to commercial. I've been a member of Burn since October 2022. It was the best decision I ever made. Although I, as I'm sure others did, joined to have a consistent workout routine, I quickly discovered it's not just a gym, it's a community. Burn members become your external family, individuals that you not only participate and work out with, encourage each other, celebrate accomplishments of others, but also participate in the community with. As a retired 30-year Air Force member, Burn Cibolo Creek is a reminder of unity. Burn has proven it enhances the community of Schertz and Cibolo through connecting with the cities via participation in city events and always presents a positive environment. Although I'm unable to participate in tonight's City Council, as a resident of Cibolo, I highly encourage the Council's support to approve the owners of Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek request. John Morris. This is from Rebecca Carney, to whom it may concern. I'm writing you today regarding the potential rezoning of the land at 0 Dobie Boulevard, Cibolo, Texas 78108 from residential to commercial that Burn Boot Camp is looking to purchase. On the 14th of March, I hit my 1-year anniversary since joining Burn Boot Camp. When I started there, I did not know what to expect. To be honest, I was a little overwhelmed. However, it did not take long for me to feel that it is where I belonged. In the past year, I have gained so much more than I expected from joining a gym. It's not your average gym. There is a wonderful community that has developed over the years. Tisha Hartman and the trainers put their heart and soul into this community. They offer support not just on the gym floor during camp, but also outside of camp. This team understands that being physically fit is not the only component of being well-rounded. They have not only helped me with my physical goals, but also with my mindset and nutrition. I see them do this with all members, not just myself. When I injured my ankle in the fall of 2024, Burn made sure that I did not do anything to further injure myself with having multiple options for modifications. The trainers and other members encouraged me along the way as I was recovering, especially when I was frustrated that I couldn't do some of the exercises to my fullest potential. I have recovered from my injury, but the encouragement has not stopped. Every time I'm at camp, I'm reminded that I'm not in this journey alone. Since moving to Cibolo in 2021, I have seen businesses come and go, along with the same type of businesses, nail salons, coffee shops, etc., attempting to take over Cibolo. There are not too many gyms located in Cibolo. This new property would allow Burn Boot Camp the opportunity to open its doors to even more of our community. We live in a world where people want to be healthier, whether it's exercising more or learning better eating habits. Since joining Burn Boot Camp a year ago, I have seen the number of people in attendance at each camp explode. They recently added new camp times to allow more people more opportunities of when they can attend a camp. With that being said, I strongly encourage you to consider rezoning 0 Dobie Boulevard from residential to commercial. I truly believe this will open the door for Burn Boot Camp to make an even greater impact on the community than it already has. Thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say. Sincerely, Rebecca Carney. Next is Raven Santos. Hello, my name is Raven Santos, and I am a founding member at Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek. I have attended over 250 camps every year since they opened their doors to the community in my hometown of over 12 years. I have learned how to push myself harder in workouts, how to plan and cook healthy meals for myself and my family, and I have met the most wholehearted people at this gym. Some of my best friends that I have turned into my family are from Burn Boot Camp. Being in a military town, that is also so very important to have a place where people can relate and understand having to start over every couple years in a new town, which is why To all of us, it's more than just a regular gym. It's a family that we can all lean on and count on each other to show up when one of us is going through a hard time. My kids have attended more camps than I can count since they were 2 and 4 years old. They are about to turn 8 and 6. And they call it muscles because they know that's where you go to get strong. In our household, we lead by example and show them a healthy lifestyle starts by cooking your own healthy meals at home, doing workouts, also having to do at home during COVID by Zoom, and going to the gym where other members are there to push you and pour into you and cheer you on each and every day. Rezoning the gym would help this community and be able to reach more families and show them how wonderful our gym family is. I support the rezoning and know it will bring health and wellness into the Cibolo community. Thank you for your time and consideration, Raven Santos. Next, we have Angela Day. Dear members of Cibolo City Council, I am writing to you today to express my profound gratitude for the presence of Burn Boot Camp in our community and to share the significant positive impact it has had on my life. As a new mother navigating the challenging first year postpartum, I found myself seeking not only physical fitness, but also a supportive and encouraging environment. What I discovered at Burn Boot Camp far exceeded my expectations. I found a community that truly rallied around me, inspiring me to push myself and strive for my best every single day. In my experience, gyms often focus solely on physical exertion, neglecting the vital element of community. Burn Boot Camp, however, has cultivated a unique atmosphere that feels more like family than a fitness center. The trainers and fellow members have created a space of genuine warmth and support where encouragement is abundant and camaraderie is palpable. Furthermore, the staff's kindness and attentiveness towards my son have been invaluable. As a mother, the ability to focus on my own well-being, knowing my child is in a welcoming and understanding environment is truly priceless. This peace of mind has allowed me to prioritize my mental and physical health, fueling both my mind and body in a way I never thought possible. I firmly believe that the family-driven environment fostered by Burn Boot Camp is an asset to our community. It strengthens the bonds between individuals, promotes overall wellness, and creates a positive and inclusive space for all. I am confident that their presence enhances the quality of life for residents and contributes to the overall vibrancy of our city. I urge Cibolo City Council to recognize the invaluable contribution of Burn Boot Camp to our community and to continue to support their efforts in promoting health, wellness, and community spirit. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Angela Day. Next is from Kersey Cup. Dear City Council members, I am writing to express my enthusiastic support for the rezoning request for Burn Boot Camp at 0 Dobie Boulevard. As a dedicated resident of Cibolo who values health and wellness, I believe the presence of more fitness-focused businesses in our community is essential. Burn Boot Camp offers a positive, community-driven environment that inspires residents to adopt healthier lifestyles. I have been a member at Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek for nearly 5 years, and it has been much more than just a fitness facility. It has provided me with not only great workouts, but also the opportunity to form lasting friendships. My son has also made incredible friends through the gym, and the experience has been a true blessing for both of us. Rezoning this location to allow Burn Boot Camp to operate would be a tremendous asset for individuals and families seeking to improve their physical and mental well-being. Furthermore, it would contribute positively to our local economy and reinforce Cibolo's reputation as a city that prioritizes health, wellness, and community engagement. For these reasons, I wholeheartedly support this rezoning request and hope that the decision will help bring this valuable health and wellness resource to our community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Kersey Cup. Next is Kelsey Dean. I am writing to express my full support for the rezoning of 0 Dobie Boulevard from SF2 to C2. This change would not only allow for the expansion of a great local business, but would also further strengthen the sense of community that Alex and Tisha Hartman have worked so hard to build. Through their dedication, kindness, and commitment, the Hartmans have created a space where people feel valued, heard, and supported. Their impact goes beyond just fitness. Burn Boot Camp has become a place where friendships form, confidence grows, and no one feels alone in their journey. They have given back to this community in so many ways, and allowing them to expand will only enhance their ability to uplift and support even more people. This rezoning would pave the way for not only Burn Boot Camp to flourish, but also for other like-minded businesses to grow, further enriching Cibolo. Supporting small businesses that invest in people and create positive change is what makes the city thrive. I would appreciate your support to approve this rezoning request and help continue the incredible work the Hartmans has started. Thank you for your time and consideration. Best regards, Kelsey Dean. Next is from Joseph Nath. Dear council members, I hope this message finds you well. I am reaching out to express strong support for the rezoning request of a potential property for Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek from SF2 low density single family residential to C2 community retail service. Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek is more than just a fitness center. It is a thriving community dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its members. This facility has created an environment where individuals and families come together to strengthen not only their bodies, but also their minds and spirits. The positive impact on mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual wellness is evident in every member who walks through its doors. The encouragement and support found within this community are infectious. The trainers and members foster a welcoming, uplifting atmosphere that empowers individuals to become the best version of themselves. Many have found renewed confidence, stress relief, and a sense of belonging through the relationships built here. The emphasis on family values further enhances the experience, ensuring that both adults and children alike grow in a healthy, nurturing space. Allowing Burton Boot Camp Cibolo Creek to secure and operate in this new location will not only benefit its current members, but will also extend its reach to more residents in our community who seek to improve their overall well-being. I urge you to consider the far-reaching positive effects that this business brings to our city and approve the requested rezoning. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate your leadership and dedication to fostering a thriving, health-conscious community. Sincerely, Joseph Nath. Next is from Andrea Burleson Burgos. Dear members of the City Council, I am writing to you as a proud and grateful member of Burn Boot Camp, a community that has profoundly impacted not just my life, but the lives of my entire family. I joined Burn Boot Camp nearly a year ago, seeking a way to prioritize my health and well-being, and it has been nothing short of transformative. What started as a personal journey quickly turned into a family endeavor when my husband saw the positive changes it was bringing to my life and decided to join as well. Now we work out together as a family, a rare, meaningful experience that has strengthened our bond and instilled healthy habits for all of us. One of the most special aspects of Burn Boot Camp is the way it welcomes families. My children, who are almost 2 years old and 12 years old, absolutely love the Child Watch program. It provides a safe, engaging space for them to spend time while I focus on my workouts. The thoughtful environment caters to their diverse needs and interests, which has made the experience enjoyable for them as well. As a parent, it brings me immense joy and peace of mind to see my children happy and cared for in a space that values their well-being. Burn Boot Camp has found a new space that would allow them to expand their offerings and better serve families like mine, as well as the broader community. However, rezoning the space to business is essential for this vision to become a reality. A new and improved facility would not only provide the resources needed to cater to the children of all ages, including my two very different aged kids, but also ensure that Burn can continue its mission of promoting health, wellness, and community connection. Supporting this rezoning effort would have benefits that extend far beyond Burn Boot Camp itself. It would enhance access to wellness programs, create a stronger sense of community, and encourage more families to engage in healthy and positive activities. This isn't just about a fitness center, it's about investing in a space where families can grow together, individuals can thrive, and connections can flourish. I hope you will consider how vital Burn Boot Camp is to families like mine and how much value a rezoning with the permission for a playground would bring to our city as a whole. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter and for your continued dedication to supporting initiatives that enrich our community. Sincerely, Andrea Burleson Burgos. Next is Samantha Harris. Hello, my name is Samantha Harris, and I am writing to advocate for the rezoning of this residential property that Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek is eager to purchase. I joined my Burn family in February 2023. I was nervous and afraid as I didn't know anybody at the gym at that time. Well, I took a leap of faith. That decision has allowed me to grow to be the confident, strong, and happy person that I am today. Late 2022 and early 2023 was one of the most personally challenging times in my life. I knew I needed a support group, an outlet, and to find a good gym routine again, and I found all of that plus more at Burn Boot Camp. This community is like no other that I have experienced. The members and trainers truly supported each other and pushed you to be a better person, physically and mentally. The camaraderie and love is palpable. It's hard to explain. It's just something you have to experience for yourself. Burn Boot Camp is so much more than just a pile of gym equipment. It has a special sauce made up of a group of people all trying to better themselves and show up for each other. I always look forward to seeing my fellow Burn besties at camp. On some days, they are the only reason I show up. I want to sum up that at Burn Boot Camp, we go to the gym not only because we want to build muscle and crush goals, but because while we're in the gym, the world pauses and nothing else matters but you and the person you're working to become. If you understand how liberating that is, Burn Boot Camp does. Rezoning this residential property to a commercial property is the first step in bettering our community. Burn Boot Camp, if allowed to purchase this land, will be able to reach so many more that are searching for something to help them on their path. All walks of life are welcome at Burn Boot Camp, and the really awesome thing is that they will meet you right where you are with a high five. Regards, Sam. Next we have Jessica Bird. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Bird, and I am writing to express my enthusiastic support for the commercial rezoning of the property on Dobie Boulevard. As a long-term member of Burn Boot Camp, I believe this new location has the potential to bring significant value to our community and positively impact the lives of residents across Cibolo and Schertz. Burn Boot Camp is more than just a fitness center. It's a movement that transforms lives. You may already be familiar with countless testimonials from members like myself, but I want to take this opportunity to highlight some of the specific benefits this new location could bring to our community. One of Burn's core missions is to make health and wellness accessible to all, with a strong emphasis on supporting women and children. Burn Boot Camp provides free childcare during its 45-minute camp sessions, removing one of the most significant barriers for mothers who strive to prioritize their health. While Burn Bros male members are absolutely cherished, the majority of BBC's membership consists of mothers who benefit deeply from this service. The new location, strategically close to Dobie and Steele schools, also opens up exciting opportunities for young athletes. BBC welcomes members as young as 13 years old, offering a safe and positive environment for teenagers to engage in physical activity, build discipline, and foster a love for fitness. This can serve as a healthy extracurricular option or an essential complement to their athletic training. In addition, the proximity to the grand apartments across the street addressed a significant local need. Apartment dwellers often face limitations with in-house workout options, as space and equipment in apartment gyms can be inadequate. BBC's move to the area would provide residents with a convenient, high-quality fitness solution, fostering healthier lifestyles. Moreover, the new location helps address a broader accessibility gap. Currently, many fitness centers in the region are concentrated along I-35 and Pat Booker Road, making them difficult to access for those in the heart of Cibolo. Bringing BBC closer to these underserved areas enhances access to much-needed health and wellness services, promoting a more active and healthy community. Beyond the physical benefits, I'd like to emphasize the extraordinary community spirit fostered by Burn Boot Camp. The franchise partners, Tisha and Alex, have poured their hearts into making BBC a cornerstone of Cibolo and Schertz. Their generosity and dedication have created a fitness environment that inspires, uplifts, and supports members beyond the gym walls. For example, they've expressed a willingness to collaborate with the neighboring church by sharing parking spaces on Sundays while BBC is closed, a thoughtful gesture to minimize traffic impact on Dobie Boulevard. Rezoning this property would not only create opportunities for better health, but also strengthen the sense of community in Cibolo and Schertz. This partnership between the city and BBC holds the promise of an exciting future for our fitness community and beyond. Thank you for considering this rezoning proposal. I look forward to seeing how we can work together to bring this vision to life. Jessica Bird. Next is from Connie Ann Russell. Dear members of the Cibolo City Council, my name is Connie Ann Russell, and I've proudly called Cibolo home since 2019. Like many parents, I've always wanted to set a good example for my daughters by making my health a priority and showing them what it means to live an active lifestyle. Last summer, my family found exactly the kind of support we were looking for when we joined Burn Boot Camp. It's been an incredible experience for both my husband and I, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. Doing this side by side has strengthened not only our individual health, but also our relationship. We found a welcoming community that encourages and supports us every step of the way. It's been inspiring to see so many people come together with similar goals, to be healthier, stronger, and set positive examples for their families. The program's growth is proof of the need for a space like this in our community. However, with that growth, classes have started to feel a bit crowded. A larger facility would benefit everyone, giving members the space they need to continue pushing themselves without feeling squished. I've watched Cibolo grow so much over the last several years, and I truly believe Burn Boot Camp would be a valuable addition as our city continues to expand. It offers something we need, a place focused on health, wellness, and community. I respectfully ask for your support in approving the rezoning for Burn Boot Camp's new home here in Cibolo. It's an investment in a healthier, stronger community and one that will continue to positively impact families like mine. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Connie Ann Russell. Next is from Megan Chupa. Hello, my name is Megan Chupa, and I am a proud member of Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek. Let me start by saying this community is something like I've never seen before. The amount of love and support and commitment from each and every member is so amazing to be a part of. Everyone has their stuff going on in their own personal lives, but having a place to just let it all out and be surrounded by such a support system day after day is a true gift for anyone and has helped me so much in my own personal journey. I see so many amazing things happening with Burn and Cibolo Creek, and the growth and the push to be better for all of these members is contagious and so exciting to experience. I truly hope we have the opportunity to make our community only stronger, happier, healthier, and most important, putting ourselves first. This community has truly changed my life, and I'm thankful for it every day. Thank you so much for letting me share my love for Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek. Megan Chupa. Next is Jessica Ayers. Hello, I just wanted to take a moment to express how much Burn Boot Camp has meant to me. It has been such a positive part of my life, providing not only a great workout, but also a supportive and motivating community. The energy, encouragement, and results I've experienced have made a huge impact, and I truly appreciate all that you do. I'm really looking forward to the new location and the extra space it will provide. It's exciting to see Burn Boot Camp continue to grow, and I can't wait to be part of this next chapter. Thank you for everything. See you at camp. Best, Jessica Ayers. Next is Paul Boomhauer. Hello, I am emailing to inform you what Burn Boot Camp has done for myself and my family. We have been residents in Cibolo since 2018 when the big store in town was Walmart. After moving in, we looked around for local gyms/boot camps for health and stress relief. Unfortunately, the closest ones are New Braunfels or the Forum area at the time. Given workout after workout, these are not exactly feasible due to traffic and all the road construction. My wife found Burn Boot Camp and has been going 5 days a week ever since. The last September, she drugged me to my first week of classes and I was hooked. I love it and hate it all at the same time. I hate it when my muscles are burning, but love the support and atmosphere. Since we have been going, my wife has lost 80 pounds and has regained a lot of her confidence she lost when we had kids. I myself have lost 25 pounds, gained muscle, and more importantly, improved health problems. I suffer from NASH, a form of liver disease due to my lifestyle. Currently, I no longer have NASH and only have fatty liver, the step before NASH, which is a benign condition that 1 in 4 people have. It also eliminated my high blood pressure and various other minor items on my blood work. My children also love going to their child watch and have made several friends and enjoy going, which we love to keep them active and social. Burn Boot Camp has also done events for the members such as Parent Night Out on Valentine's Day, which let us enjoy a night in downtown Cibolo, Kindling to be specific. All in all, I believe Burn Boot Camp can be a big pull for the city of Cibolo as we currently don't have unique workout facilities. We have tried the others like Orange Theory and Snap Fitness, but due to its size, it's hard to sign up before the classes fill up. Given the friendly and supportive atmosphere with challenging workouts, I have seen more and more people come. Thank you for your time, Paul Boomhauer. Next is Donald Rothkow. Good afternoon. I have been a resident in Cibolo since 2017. I'm writing to voice my support for the proposed rezone, primarily to provide Burn Boot Camp an opportunity to relocate their projected forever home location. Thank you, Donald Rothkow. Next is Nina Bookout. Good morning. I have been a Cibolo resident since 1994 and I have watched our town grow. I would love to see the future growth of Cibolo go in a positive direction. I have attended camps at Burn Boot Camp since 2020 and it was such a special place for my family. It's not just a place to work out, but a place to bring the community together with many fun, family-friendly activities. I would much rather see a new shopping center for health and wellness rather than another vape shop. On another note, has the city ever thought of using the space in front of Veterans Park as a food truck park? Seems like it could be an easy revenue for the city that the community can appreciate. Blessings, Nina, book out. That was her email. I didn't just do that. The next one's Meredith King. Good afternoon. My name is Meredith King. I've been a member of Burn Boot Camp, Cibolo Creek, for the past 5 years. Burn Boot Camp has definitely been more than a gym for me. I've never really prioritized my health as I do now, knowing what I know now, thanks to BBC-CC. It's been such a great community and a support system for me in my life. When I started back in December 2020, I was overweight and depressed. I had gone through a traumatic breakup after a long engagement, not to mention everything the pandemic took from us all, or from all of us. I had just finished my master's, so I knew I was ready for a positive change. Brett, the franchise owner at the time, and the other trainers met me where I was at, motivated, inspired me, and never gave up on me. Tammy has been a godsend in her positive, uplifting, and resilient spirit. I just really don't know what I'd do without them. The Burn Boot Camp community has been an absolute godsend all around. I'm so thankful my coworker/friend never gave up on me and encouraging me to join since the day it opened. Since then, Burn has helped me grow into the woman who found herself marrying the man of dreams and getting me wedding dress ready to keeping me active throughout my pregnancy. Now Burn has helped me 7 months postpartum as I work on getting back to my pre-pregnancy weight. When my mom was in the hospital for 2 weeks before she unexpectedly passed, my outlet, my break, my me time from being with her for hours in the hospital was going to this gym. Now I have a motivation more than ever to stay active and healthy. All this to say, I want to see positive things for this gym and hope it continues to help individuals such as myself. I am writing in support of rezoning 0 W Boulevard for the several reasons already mentioned, but most importantly for safety reasons. BBC has brought in many new members, many of us with small children, and sadly there have been far too many car accidents just outside the one entrance leading to Burn. I pray rezoning 0 W Boulevard would lead to a larger space for our growing community of members and our children while providing safer accommodations than what is unfortunately the situation now. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for Burn Boot Camp, Cibolo Creek. Respectfully, Meredith King. Next is Claire Boomhauer. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter in support of the rezoning of the property in question to commercial in the hopes that it may become the future home of Burn Boot Camp. My husband and I have been residents of the city of Cibolo for over 7 years and have been a member of Burn for over a year now. From the moment I walked through the doors for my very first class, I knew this place was special, and I've tried them all. The greeting was warm, and the staff all shared an obvious passion for what they do. As someone who thought herself fairly fit, I was rather alarmed at how much I struggled during that first class. Thankfully, the trainers were so kind, and I was reassured by the spectrum of fitness levels working around me. There was no judgment and no shame, just a group of people trying to do better by themselves. From day one, I was hooked. In addition to the challenging workouts and the amazing energy, the family-friendly environment was also a major draw. I am a working mother of 2, and I have lost over 100 pounds since the birth of my second child. I started my fitness journey at home, exercising after my children went to sleep. As my children got older, this became less feasible for me. I needed to find a way to get a quick but effective workout in during the children's waking hours without them crawling all over me in the process. Enter Child Watch, which provided just that. I could work out knowing that all my kids were safe and cared for, and my children absolutely love going. My husband has even joined Burn, and we now go together as a family. Having that time together has made such a difference in our marriage. It also allows us to model healthy living for our children. In order for Burn to be able to continue helping individuals and families like mine, they need to have the space to grow. In the last year, I have seen massive growth and surging volumes. Unfortunately, this growth has pushed the limitations of their current space, even requiring them to cap the more popular class times. Rezoning this land will allow the Hartmans to build a facility that can grow with the community. I ask that you please consider their request. Sincerely, Claire Boomhauer. The next one is Jacqueline C. Smart. Hello, my name is Jacqueline Smart, and I am a wife of a veteran, mother of 2 middle schoolers, and a retired veteran myself. I am emailing to express how much Burn Boot Camp has meant to me since I have retired from the Army. It has allowed me to feel a sense of worth and purpose, keep my physical and mental health thriving, and help me become a positive role model for my family and friends. I look forward to the classes every day because I get a chance to exercise and socialize with a community that supports me and is family-centric. Burn is so important in my life, and having them located here in Cibolo means the world to me. I know every member and future member of Burn feels and will feel the same as I do. Your approval to rezone the new location for Burn is so valuable to us. Thank you. Very respectfully, Jacqueline C. Smart. And last one, Stacy Garbalotti. I'm writing this letter to show my support for the rezoning of 0 Adobe Boulevard from residential to commercial. This is my 6th year as a member of Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek, and we desperately need a larger facility to accommodate our growing membership. We all know about the growing city of Cibolo and the problems that come along with that growth. We also know that Alex and Tisha Hartman are already astute business owners in the downtown area of Cibolo, pillars of the community, and avid supporters of local businesses. What you don't know about is the wonderful community that they have created at Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek. I joined the gym when it opened in 2020. I have never done these types of workouts and was hesitant when I walked in those doors. I was immediately welcomed and my nerves were quickly settled. The gym quickly became my home away from home. When Alex and Tisha Hartman purchased the gym, things got even better. They worked hard to increase their membership and grow the community. They started events like Burn Night Out, where all the members are invited to go and support local businesses. We have had nights out at Old Main and Ernie's along with other Cibolo businesses. We have events and competitions within the gym, such as March Madness that was recently completed. The members won a free month at the gym and a session at Fearfully and Wonderfully Made Yoga Studio in Cibolo. They gave away free memberships to SEUC ISD teachers during their Teacher Appreciation Week. We have done food trains for members that needed help, supported local women's shelters, and had an angel tree at Christmas, and even supported a member's family when their child needed critical surgery. I could go on and on about what this gym has done for the community. The ladies and men at this gym have become some of my closest friends. My husband of 38 years died suddenly in March 2024. 4 days after his passing, I was back at the gym because I knew it was a place where I could feel comfortable and welcomed and not judged. Believe me, I shed a few tears on that floating floor over the next couple of weeks, but I received hugs and support every single time. As you can imagine, it was a very emotional time for me, but Burn Boot Camp Cibolo Creek was a huge part of my recovery and still is to this day. Please seriously consider this request and vote yes on the rezoning. Thank you, Stacy Garbalotti.
All done? Okay. All right, the time is now 8:26 p.m. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you very much. All right, thanks to everybody that wrote emails and everybody that came out to speak. It's a fantastic showing of support, so thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item number 8 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the City Council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Do we have a motion for the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve.
Got a motion on the floor and a second. Please vote on your screens. Donetta?
Got real empty real quick.
Let's see. Start vote. Okay. Motion carries 6-1. Next up is 9, staff update. Mr. Reed?
Mayor and council, I already drafted my email to you on my update. If you would like, I can just send that to you. If you have questions, please send me an email or give me a call. I'll hit that send button right now.
Okay. All right, next up is 10A, approval, disapproval of a resolution regarding the application of CenterPoint to increase rates under the Gas Reliability Infrastructure Program. suspending the effective date of this rate application for 45 days, authorizing the city to continue to participate in a coalition of cities now known as the Alliance of Centerpoint Municipalities, South Texas. Ms. Miranda, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. On or about February 18th of this year, CenterPoint filed for an increase in gas utility rates under the Gas Reliability Infrastructure Program, or GRIP as it's known. CenterPoint's application will result in an increase in the monthly customer charges of $288 per month for residential, or 11.52%, $5.14 per month for small general service, or 10.7%, $61.20 per month for large volume customers, or 26.6%. The City Council, by adoption of this resolution, can suspend CenterPoint's proposed effective date of April 19th for 45 days so that the data and calculations in CenterPoint's rate application can be reviewed by our special counsel as part of the Alliance of the CenterPoint Municipalities. We do recommend approving the resolution to suspend the rates going into effect for 45 days. Does council have any questions on this item?
I make a motion to approve the
Suspend the
suspend
rates.
the increase.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote on your screens. Seven zero approved. Thank you, Ms. Miranda. All right, next up is, let's see, that's it for resolutions. Okay, thank you.
And I actually have the first item under discussion, the presentation, if you're moving to that item next.
Okay, yeah, we'll go to 11A, discussion action on the FY26 budget timeline, setting dates for budget workshops and special meetings. Ms. Miranda.
I don't know if I've ever been first up here. Ta-da! This presentation will cover the FY26 fiscal year 26 budget timeline. We are seeking feedback from council this evening as we get ready for our budget season. We'd like to set the dates for budget workshops this summer. We are suggesting the dates that are shown on the screen. June and July would be the third Tuesday of the month, falling between the first and second meetings, regular council meetings. A special meeting occurring July 31st, which is the last Thursday of the month, and then August 5th, prior to receiving a budget document, it would be the first Tuesday of the month. Our presentation tonight will cover the budget cycle, key dates in the budget process, the Texas economic outlook, headwinds going into the budget process, the general fund's significant revenue sources, and we'll be asking you for your feedback in the last slide. The budget cycle begins typically in March. It goes from March to September and begins with council setting the strategic policies for the year. It ends with an opportunity for citizens to provide input before final adoption of both the budget and the tax rate in September. Our goal is to align the city's budget and the 5-year CIP with City Council's strategic plan and our debt capacity. We will develop revenue forecasts based on historical trends as well as any known economic challenges and opportunities. City staff will develop their department operating budgets, keeping council goals and our budget capacity in mind. We'll keep council updated on the progress of the budget process by budget workshops in June, July, and August. The city manager will prioritize the requests made by the departments and submit a proposed budget to City Council by mid-August. City Council will hold public hearings on the budget and the tax rate before final adoption in September. Key dates are shown up here. I won't go through each one, but the dates that we're asking feedback for are highlighted in blue. And you can see that the July 31st special meeting follows receiving the certified taxable values on July 25th. The theme of the 2025 Texas Economic Outlook, as presented by the Research Department of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas in February, is resilient growth. Growth is likely to continue slightly below trend in 2025 as it did for 2024. It is a balancing act between post-election optimism around deregulation and tax cuts and anticipated negative growth effects of higher tariffs, lower immigration, and government spending cuts. The employment forecast for 2025 is 1.6%, and inflation continues to be a top concern. Home sales, let me go to the next page. Home sales in Texas remain flat. Inventories rose in 2024, and apartment rents remained flat or down in most major Texas metros. Oil production did rise slightly despite a flat rig count. And in Texas, resilient growth is expected to continue in 2025 at about the same pace as in 2024. And again, the risks to the outlook include the tariffs, lower immigration, and rollback of federal government spending. Headwinds going into the budget is similar to last year. Continued modest growth in sales tax. We're currently meeting budget projections for fiscal year 25. The second item is related to staffing levels. Many departments have indicated a need for higher staffing levels to maintain service levels. Additionally, continued inflationary pressures impact our personnel and supply costs, and retention of employees is impacted by compensation and the struggle to ensure we maintain salaries at market competitive rates for our region. Capital infrastructure needs also put pressure on our budget, and you'll hear a detailed presentation of CIP this evening. Our two largest revenue sources in the general fund make up approximately 76% of our budget, with property taxes at 52.2% and sales tax at 23.8%. Property taxes are the most stable revenue source. In fiscal year 25, we have collected approximately 96% of our levy as of the end of February. Sales tax is more volatile and fluctuates with the economy, although Cibolo's commercial growth does help mitigate that. We typically do show these sales tax charts, and these are presented to Economic Development monthly. Because of the volatility in sales tax, we monitor it very closely. And there's a lot of excitement generally around the sales tax date to make sure that we are in line with our budget forecast. For the first 4 months of the fiscal year, we are actually 9.7% over our forecast, and that was a result of December's sales tax. We did discover that in December, we did have audit collections that make up the majority of that increase. It was about $250,000 more than we projected, but $176,000 of that was related to audit collections. Without the audit collections, the receipt for December would have been $87,000 over the forecast for that month and would have followed the dotted line a little closer. But it's pretty exciting to see that peak nonetheless. It's obviously the highest 1 month sales tax for Cibolo, and it exceeded $1 million for that month. So the last slide is seeking feedback from council on the suggested dates of the third Tuesday of the month in June and July, the last Thursday in July as well, following the July 25th date of the certified values coming out, and then the first Tuesday in August prior to delivering a budget to City Council on August 12th.
I'm good with that. I'll make a motion to accept these dates. Yes, his action.
I do have a question though. Do you already have designed what we're going to be discussing for each of these dates? I just went back to look at what we actually had for our budget workshops and mini budget workshops last year, and it was given in detail. One particular meeting, it was about the base budget, public safety personnel priorities, and the 5-year CIP overview, and another one. So we had a total of about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different budget workshops.
Budget topics.
Mhm.
Yeah, we had some minis and some full workshops, and depending on the status and the economy this year, when we get our revenue forecast down, what our priorities are, whether or not we have results of a market compensation study when the new PPD director starts, those things will be brought to council. We don't know yet what order they'll be brought in, or right now we haven't forecasted the revenues to determine what will fit in the budget. So as that develops, we will bring detailed agendas to you so that you'll be prepared for what will be discussed. And then, of course, council can always ask for items to be on a specific workshop.
Councilman Mahoney.
Quick question, is there a reason that the third one is on a Thursday instead of Tuesday like all the rest?
The reason is we have the July 25th date. We will receive certified values on July 25th. We receive them on the same day that the tax office receives it, and the tax office will make the calculations for our tax rates, our voter approval rate, the effective rate, and the rollback rate is what they used to be called. Once we get those calculations, we'll be able to put a packet together, an agenda for the July 31st meeting. We didn't want to go too far past that since we have to have a budget prepared by August 12th.
You're saying there might be a risk they wouldn't be ready for us on the 29th, the Tuesday of that week?
There's a risk that we wouldn't be able to get information in a packet to you.
Okay.
Right? We wouldn't want to risk that 72-hour requirement, so that's where we went with the 31st and Thursday.
Councilwoman Cunningham.
I just kind of wanted to go off of what Ms. Stevens said with the dates. If we could even just get like a general idea about what's happening at each of these 4 meetings, that helps to prepare, because the budget is very lengthy. And if you start at the beginning and the first meeting is halfway through, we may not have time to review that with enough detail and enough prepare questions beforehand.
And in June, we generally will have all of the department requests and we'll have revenues forecasted. We will not have a balanced budget at that time.
Right.
So it will be skewed information at that time, very preliminary, but we will provide preliminary information. We generally provide the CIP, a more detailed CIP.
It doesn't even need to be that detailed, just like at the first meeting, we're going to cover the
general fund.
Or we're going to cover police and IT. Oh, shoot. Spilled my drink. I got too excited about police and IT. But it gives us an idea of kind of what to look at in the current budget and what we have there.
And we do have the preliminary information on our Excel spreadsheet or of our calendar or of our timeline. Of course, that's always subject to change, but we can share with you what we already have, and then as changes get made in the process, we'll communicate those.
I don't think Joel's on a second.
Mr. Reed, go ahead.
This is a very sensitive microphone. And council and mayor, remember that your strategic management workshop, things that come out of that, we put into these workshops too. So Anna and I will work on populating major topics to be discussed at each of those workshops after the strategic management workshop. And we could come back in early May and just say, and here are the topics that we anticipate now that things have settled down as far as the strategic management workshop. We follow up with you a month later, we always do, and we'll give you an idea of topics, major topics at each one of those.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Joel. Do we have a second? Okay, and Joel, do you want to state those dates for the record?
Yes, I will. Suggested dates are June 17th, that's the third Tuesday, July 15th, the third Tuesday, July 31st, special meeting the last Thursday, August 5th, the first Tuesday.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Who was that? Oh, Donetta seconded. Okay, please vote on your screens. Here, do you need it? Oh, throw it under your thing. Okay. All right, 7-0, affirmative. All right, next up is a discussion presentation on the 5-year Parks Improvement Plan. Mr. Howard, where is he? There he is. Welcome, sir.
Good evening.
Just looking, it's black for some reason. Oh, hit escape. There we go.
Yes. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I will be doing the presentation on our 5-year park improvement plan. So just to give a brief introduction of our parks, not including our YMCA. Should I wait or am I good? Okay. Not including our YMCA, sports complex, or the MEC, the city currently has 4 parks that includes 93 acres. In those 93 acres, we have 1 football field that's rented, a baseball, softball field, 2 basketball courts, and 15 miles of walking trails. Including that, we also have our open space, which is 31 acres, Warbler Woods, which is a future park, Town Creek, and our sports complex in the MEC. Tonight, these are our considerations. But other than the considerations, I would like to call them areas of opportunity. And the reason why is because in our strategic plan, our goal for number 4 is to improve the quality of life. So as I work through my presentation, I want us to always remember these are areas of opportunity that will encompass that goal of improving the quality of life. The goals in that quality of life include developing a grant for a master plan, exploring our trail system, and improving our sports facilities. So in this consideration, what I'm looking for guidance on is for council to give us an understanding of whether you want us to reallocate the $656,000 to another park or hold it for the Tully Nature Preserve. In addition to that, do you want us to do a master plan for 2026? Would you like for us to include the master plan for our Cibolo fields? And how would you like us to improve our MEC? Some of the current issues that we have is field availability. One of the reasons why we are struggling with field availability is if you've paid attention to what's going on in Marion, they closed down a lot of their fields. And in them closing down a lot of their fields, what that has done is we've seen an increase in our sports facilities and the usage of our fields. The MEC field has been going from used 4 days a week to now 6 to 7 days a week. The problem with that is it's now being overused. We've since allowed teams to use the secondary field at the MEC. You'll see in this presentation pictures of what the field looked like a month and a half ago. If you take a look at it now, just by giving it rest, it looks totally different. In addition to that, some of the issues that we have in our parks is being able to have the staffing to put on more events and programs. Passive recreational activities and just the overall accommodation of growth. When I first started here, a common theme or a story that everyone would tell me was back in 2005, the city of Cibolo had less than 5,000 people. How are we going to accommodate that growth over the next 5 years? For Schlother Park has 71 acres, a disc golf, and a few other amenities. The pictures that you see above are what the current park looks like. Recently, the city did a master plan of some of the estimates for our parks. In 2023, this was what was given to us. It was 1.2 million. I've since reached out to the engineers, and since then, they've told us to add a 3% increase, which would give us $1.3 million to make some of these changes for Schlother Park. It was also recommended that we include a volleyball court for Schlother Park. With a 3% increase, that would put us just shy of $1 million. For Veterans Park, we have 2.9 acres, and it's one of our least used parks. If you've been out to Veterans Park, you will see there is a multi-event purpose field. That field is in poor condition. This is what the field looks like, our park and the court. Renovations originally were given to us at $600,000. With a 3% increase, it would be $631,000. Those increases and those renovations would include a new field, installation of trees and irrigation, which is much needed, and a playground surface, among many other items. For Nimitz Park, which is our most highly used park, it's about 12.63 acres. At Nimitz Park, we have a multi-purpose field, a softball field that doubles as a baseball field, grills, walking trails, and it's probably one of our most highly used parks outside of the sports complex. But if you take a look at it, the current conditions of the field look terrible. We have weeds that are overgrowing. Our trail is overgrowing with weeds. But I've went out and got quotes for field restoration and for also to redo the trail. The renovations provided to us, again, with a 3% increase, would put us at $1.3 million. That 1.3 would include new fence for our softball fields, a new surface for our baseball fields, but also a new surface for our soccer fields. Our Ridge Park is currently not equipped to accommodate a full baseball team or a baseball game. Our Ridge Park has 8 parking spaces. Back in 2005, this may have worked just fine, but for a city that's pushing close to about 42,000 people, I don't know if 8 parking spaces would be enough unless everyone's carpooling. Our Ridge has 6.3 acres, bleachers in the pavilion, picnic tables as our amenities, and a few hiking trails. This is what our current field looks like. What you'll see, this is a common theme for many of our parks. This did not happen overnight. But it can be restored with proper planning and with the decisions that you guys make tonight. The renovations will be just shy of $770,000, include new lighting, a new fence, prep work for our infield, and irrigation, which is also much needed. Tully Nature is a new park that's coming online. Our drainage team and park team have been clearing out most of the underbrush, but we do have plans for it. With a 3% increase, that will put us at about $1.1 million. That $1.1 million would include a campsite, a walking trail, and an observatory. Now the field that's probably the most talked about field that we have, which is our MEC Center. Our MEC is 5.9 acres, and this is what it looked like just 2 months ago. The reason for this field looking the way it does is because, as I mentioned before, we went from using it 4 days a week to now using it 6 to 7 days a week. The overuse of the field without putting any stipulations on the team that is using it, in addition to putting Cibolo Fest and all of the heavy equipment out there, has not helped.
So what would you suggest to make the field better?
So I've reached out to many landscaping organizations. I've got a bunch of different quotes. Some have offered to come in and lay new sod. Some have come in and just said, hey, we can maybe reseed it. The first thing that I would recommend is that we consider changing the format of how we do our Cibolo Fest. Going in and putting some of the heavy equipment that we have onto that field does not help if it's going to be a premier field. I do not know any organization that comes in or in any city that puts this heavy equipment on a field that's already overused. In addition to that, I would recommend also limiting the amount of time the residents or the team, Manchester United, gets to use the field. And implement a mandatory rotation, which means if you've played sports and at a young age, or if you have kids who play sports, naturally the kids, when they go to practice, they practice in the same area on the field. The problem with that is you'll find certain areas of the field that gets overused, and that's what also causes further deterioration of your fields.
Thank you.
I think the biggest decision that the council will need to make tonight is also how long do we want this field to be out of commission? The quick fix is to be able to take off the top layer, put down new sod, in about a month and a half, maybe 2, it could be used, possibly sooner.
And so growing season is coming up, right?
Yes.
So now would be the time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now would be the time to make that decision.
Thank you.
This is the price for the install for new sod. I have been continuing to do my due diligence. I did reach out to a company today that came in at $72,000 for the installation of new sod, but we would have to take off the top layer of sod in-house. They do not take off the top layer, but they do install sod. That came in at $72,000. I have a meeting tomorrow morning with Helena's Irrigation and Agricultural Company that's just over in Shirts. They said that they'll be to come and meet me tomorrow to see if they could give us some type of maintenance plan, so that way they could just give us some chemicals, put some nitrogen on there, and it'll come back to growing. Or it will at least assist the growing of the grass, but it could still take anywhere between a month and a half to 2 months. And as you said, we're getting ready to go into our growing season.
Yeah. I was about to ask you about turf. Now I see it on your presentation. Man, that's expensive.
Yes, turf is extremely expensive. Again, I think the biggest decision will be how long do we want the field to be out of commission? And the reason why is because we are limited in field space and rentable fields that we have to offer. The residents will be very vocal about not being able to use the fields. Here's Warbler Woods. This is another project that will be coming online in the future. I've included a few updates. The city has allocated $1 million towards the Warbler Woods project, and the remaining $140 could be used for Green Space Alliance. And here's our sports complex. Our sports complex is 44 acres. It has a miracle field, 2 softball fields, and 2 soccer fields with a concession and a restroom. In the previous council meeting, you guys said that you were for the Cibolo Little League. Well, when we met with Cibolo Little League, having 4 fields would be ideal, not only for tournaments, but for them to successfully run their program. This is the master plan or build out of what that would look like. Here's some grants that I've looked at and I've researched that would allow us to be able to better use and be better stewards of our funds. However, the problem is that most of the cities that we are going against have master plans, updated master plans. And the fine print for many of these grants is that they prefer that you have an updated master plan. This doesn't mean that we cannot get any of these grants, but it does make it very challenging to be awarded these grants in comparison to other cities that do have allocated funds and an updated master plan. This is why I'm asking for the council to consider initiating a master plan for fiscal year 2026.
For all of our parks?
Yes.
Okay. That'd be a good idea.
So I would like to reiterate our staff recommendations. Again, having a master plan for 2026. Moving forward with the restoration of Nimitz Walking Trail, that's less than $20,000. Funding the improvements for Veterans Park. Using the EDC property, the front of that property, to offset the lack of field space to practice. Funding the Mechfield restoration, relocating the Cibolo Fest Carnival, and limiting the number of days that we allow teams to use the Mech. These are my recommendations. You guys can choose whichever you want to pursue.
Okay.
But this would be the best route to help us restore our parks and to be able to allow the teams to be able to use our fields and maximize the field space that we have.
Okay. I like all these recommendations. The only thing that I'd see if we can maybe squeeze in would be the Warbler Woods to try to get something going there sooner than later. But Katie, go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to, most of y'all weren't there, but at the Cibolo Youth Council, Mr. Howard gave a great presentation, kept those kids engaged, which is very difficult, and they were very excited about the parks. And then at the last meeting we had, they discussed other projects that they wanted to do that were parks related, and so it really left an impact, so thank you for that. The second thing is disc golf. I actually met with a resident for something else, and they own a disc golf center, and they have reached out to the city in the past wanting to help redo all of the disc golf stuff. They have people who would be willing to sponsor the stands, remap it so that they aren't, I'm not a disc golf player clearly, but they don't want it to have the disc golf poles crossing over a sidewalk, so you're throwing it and you're hitting people walking. But they have a whole group that's willing to do that. And so if that's something that we can look into, if that's allowable within the city, if we can have people help sponsor and do that, then if we can get free's great.
Yes.
So.
Joel?
Back to one of the first, right there. Part of the funds that we had for the Tolly Nature Preserve was asked for by the voters in a bond, and we can't be just taking that and using it somewhere else. That has to be used for Tolly Nature Park, and that's been We've been waiting around for that for a long time. That needs to, we need to move moving forward and getting that fixed. I mean, I've been around here for a long time. We finally got Hakerville Road and that finished. You know when that bond was passed?
No.
2008, and it just finished this last year. I don't want to see the same thing happen here, because then you come back and you say, well, we don't have the funds to do what we wanted to do with Tolly Park. If we bonded funds for that, we need to be using those for that, instead of trying to allocate them for something else. Going down on this, you scratch off that softball. I was on the Parks Committee years and years and years ago, and we allowed the softball fields to go in, which is what we have. We've got softball fields, we need baseball fields. Do you know the difference between baseball and softball?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We need baseball fields, so if you can remove that softball and put baseball, because that was one of the things, the high school coaches were coming down saying, this is great, we can finally have our own tournaments here in the SCUC ISD, because right now we either, the Still and Clemens go to different places. Same with, I mean, the softball could utilize these fields to have tournaments, but the baseball, they thought that'd be great to have the baseball fields, so we can finally have tournaments here in our area, which would be benefit for all of us, because being a baseball coach and baseball dad for years and years and years, and still announcing the varsity games up at Still, it's a big attraction.
Yes.
All these eateries around here would get used, but we that needs to be scratched off and put baseball instead of 2 more softball fields. We need baseball fields.
You talking about over there at over there on the sports complex underneath the water tower, Joel?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree. Need baseball.
Yes.
So we already got 2 softball, and then if you complete that clover, then
Yes.
you get the baseball on the other end. Donetta, go ahead.
So I have a question as to why y'all have not already tried to use the $750,000 that was allocated for year 25 to try to improve some of the parks. Why has that not been requested by the Parks Department already? My second thing, if you want to kind of contemplate that one, is when the Cibolo Little League came and made their presentation, I know it was discussed at that time about the additional fields needed, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought they had said something that they were working on funding or some type of fundraising to help build those fields, not solely put it on Cibolo to build those fields. And the same thing with lighting. You have lighting in Al Rich Park that you have in your proposal, but again, you're trying to get lights going over here too. So I think we kind of really need to think back on these proposals a little bit better. And as far as Slaughter Park, nowhere has in any of these parks the parking situation been addressed. Slaughter Park does have additional space where they could potentially have a larger parking, perhaps, if it was looked at a little better by the city. Yeah. But you also have on your proposal here for volleyball courts, which I think is fabulous, because there certainly needs to be something for the youth to do other than just go and walk around the trail. But you have here 12 units. What, are you going to have 12 volleyball courts? I mean, because that seems a little excessive, because why couldn't you have a pickleball court along with a volleyball court? For $192,000, that's an awful lot of sand. I mean, just saying, just trying to be respectful of our budget here. And then as far as you were discussing, you need more staff in the Parks Department. when I was on the Parks Commission, there was numerous of us that came and said, we will volunteer to be at these events, to help support the Parks Department. And nobody ever took us up on it. So you have people out there willing to help you on top of your staff, but yet there's nobody willing to reach out and continue to try to get the support from the public. And hold on, I got more. I was ready for you, David. Yeah. I do have a question in regards to, on every one of these proposals, it says poured in place playground surface. What is that?
Do you want me to answer those
Yes,
questions now?
No, I would like you to answer that one, please.
Okay, so a poured in place playground would be an adjusted playground. Right now, the playground surfaces are a little outdated. So the poured in place, in my opinion, would be, if you've been to the ones that have the fall resistant foam, that's what it would be.
Okay, but then why at Nimitz Park are you saying around your playground area, you're gonna update the chips? You're not gonna, you have pour in place as well as updating your wood chips. I mean, because no offense, me being handicapped at this point, if a handicapped child went in to use any of our parks, they could not right now, just saying. So, except what?
That's a poured in place.
Well, yeah, but I don't see the sense in both of them. It's like you do one or the other. And so there's a lot of different little things that I think could be looked at, like your shades. Yeah. Sorry, I just priced the shade. It didn't cost $50,000 because I had to do it for my HOA. So, I mean, there's things that we need to look at that I don't think are really beneficial here. But first and foremost, I think you need to talk to Cibolo Little League about those fields before Cibolo actually steps up and does it. And why are we not trying to do more updates to Veterans Park? That is that's the park that respects our veterans. And all you're trying to do is just go over a field, call it a day. There needs to be something else. I mean, if you switch the names, Nimitz and Veterans, switch them, I don't care. But there needs to be something that's more respectful to our veterans.
So I just want to say thank you for some of those concerns that you brought up. You raised some really great concerns, so I just want to make sure I answer those before anyone else goes, and because I might be able to answer a lot of that and some of the pre-questions. So first off, the numbers that were given, the reason why they were included is because the city had already worked with the engineers to do a cost estimate of some of the improvements. But that's also why I put in my presentation that the city needs to prioritize doing an updated master plan. An updated master plan will take all of this information. Not only will they take all of this information and update it, but what they'll do is they will do the research by going out, talking to the community, setting up at community events, and asking the community what they want to see in our parks. So I'm not sure how the numbers or how some of the recommendations of what needed to be improved in the parks came from, but this was before me. This, like I said, this was done in 2023. So I just used the information that we already had on hand. But you made some really great points. Another thing that I would like to address is the idea for using some of the Parks Advisory Board for some of our events. We do have the Parks Advisory Board. They've all disappeared now, but they were here and they will be out at the Easter event, and we have discussed them having more of a presence, getting them T-shirts, and being more involved at our events, in addition to having our staff be there. But last year was a year where we needed to have a tighter budget. So one of the things that also got cut, or I wouldn't say cut, but was monitored a little more closely, was our overtime. So we have to be able to utilize that a little bit more strategically, while also being able to, like you said, maximize using some of those volunteers. I've already reached out to the Steel Key Club. They'll be at the Easter event. So I have opportunities where we can get volunteers, but they are just that. They're volunteers. And anyone who has dealt with volunteers knows that sometimes you can depend on them, sometimes you can't depend on them. We've used volunteers before in the past at the Cibolo Fest. And from my understanding, as most teenagers do, they come, you tell them to do some things, and they do a little bit, and they just sit on their phones. So those are things that we're having to mitigate. I do have some plans to do that. However, some of the issues that we have in our parks, I agree with you, Mr. Hicks. If the money was allocated specifically for a park, then it's possible that, in my opinion, I think that probably should go towards that. But I think Mr. Reed would have a little bit more clarification on how that money came about and whether that money is specifically for Tully Nature Park. I would hate for the residents to have raised those same concerns of, hey, why is this taking so long? I would understand that. Did I answer your questions, most of your questions?
I do want to add to Mr. Howard's statement. So, Ms. Roberts, you did ask, why did the city not use the remaining funds from the FY24? Council gave us direction to hold that money and make that a local match for a Tully Nature Preserve grant.
No,
did,
FY 25, not 24.
Right, so the FY25, we're in FY25, and we're here before you tonight asking you, how do you want to spend that money? So in the 5-year CIP, prior to 2024, FY24, council did not set aside money consistently for parks. And so they said, let's start with 750,000 in FY24, and then we identified Tully. FY25 is 750, I believe FY26 is 750, and that drops to 500,000. But given the amount of topics to discuss during the budget process, council said, we will figure out what we're doing with that 750 after the budget. And so that's why we're in front of you tonight.
Well, I understand that. My question was, why has the Parks Department not requested any of those funds to be used until now?
It's because it's in your 5-year CIP, and the Parks Department doesn't have the authority just to grab money out from 750. We want to make sure that staff does not get ahead of council, and that council gives us direction. And I think just for time management tonight, as we continue to get feedback, we do need to understand what is your top priority for the funds that we have available so that we can encumber them this year and make progress. It might be that we need to bring this back at one of your budget workshops, just given how much stuff we try to cover in a meeting and how long this is taking, which we appreciate. We want this dialogue with you. If needed.
Can we talk about this at your strategic on that?
Yeah, well, let's bring this to the strategic workshop.
We'll bring this at the strategic management workshop.
Let's do that. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So let's hold our questions and talk about it then. But thank you, Mr. Howard.
I know you got a lot.
Okay, we're going to move on to, actually, yeah, well, let's do the discussion presentation on the 5-year CIP update, Mr. Gomez.
Exactly.
And then we'll skip it.
Gotcha.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm here to give a program update on our 5-year CIP program. So some of the things I will be going over tonight during our presentation is going over the Council Strategic Plan Alignment, our 5-year CIP program summary. Last year during this presentation we gave a SWOT analysis and a SOAR analysis, so I'd like to give an update on that, go over our evolving CIP structure, and then go into our project delivery and look at some projects that we're proposing for our future CIP program for fiscal years 26 through 31. So the feedback that we're looking at for tonight is what additional information would council like to see regarding the CIP program as part of the FY26 budget process? Does City Council support staff in pursuing grant funding opportunities for CIP projects? And does council want to increase the level of allocations for parks projects? So piggyback off of what you just heard from Mr. Howard's presentation. The next steps from this, we would meet with the council CIP subcommittee, and we're going to have that meeting in April. We'll be scheduling that to discuss new CIP projects, and then the city council approved the FY26 budget schedule on March 26, including the budget workshops.
This also, I think, would be another terrific one for the strategic workshop. For us
Okay. So this is keeping in line with what the city council strategic plan alignment. As we're a fast growing city, the budget team has worked in a shared leadership with the city council to manage Cibolo's growth through financial prudence, sound debt management, and strategic long-term planning. An important tool to manage funds has been to adapt deficient resolutions each year to keep the INS tax rate consistent. So this provides us with an increased debt capacity year over year in the general fund. So these are things that have, without these disciplined financial practices, the rapid growth could just easily have led to higher expenditures, rising debt burdens, and even financial instability. So these factors would have prevented an upgrade in our rating. So we went from a AA to a AA plus this year. So some of the goals that y'all did align in your city strategic plan alignment, the big ones in 2.1, be intentional with infrastructure investments to promote economic development, responsible growth, and public safety. 5.1, foster fiscal health through disciplined long-term planning, cost control, efficiency, transparency, increased revenue, and innovative funding solutions. And then 5.2, develop a 5-year forecast and maintain CIP fund sources, all that we have been able to accomplish in our CIP program. So just to go over the city's charter in sections 3.06.15 are sections 401, 4.01, and section 710 does all relate to our 5-year CIP program and how city council is responsible for approving a CIP 5-year plan with the city. So what is CIP? Just to give you a brief on that, capital improvements typically refer to the physical assets and include the design, purchase, construction, maintenance, and improvement of public resources such as lands, buildings, parks, public infrastructure, equipment, and public spaces. So I know in the past, in previous CIP plans, we have been only focusing on roads. What you'll see tonight is the projects that we're proposing for the next 5 years also include infrastructure improvements and of course our parks improvements as well. So we're trying to encompass more than just maintaining roads. We're looking at all of our infrastructure as a whole to try to promote a better Cibolo. So this is our 5-year CIP program summary. Our current debt model reflects a 5-year capital program capacity of $54 million, assuming the no INS tax rate increase. It is important to state that this was calculated during 24, but in November 24, with the inclusion of the public safety facility and the animal shelter, that voter approved bonds issues will be on top of the 5-year CIP model with the necessity and the INS tax rate increase for those. This model right here was provided to City Council during last year's budget, and this was the model that was approved in the last year's budget. As you can see that we did have funding in there for future mill and overlay projects and reconstruction projects, in addition to looking at proposing doing an updated survey, street condition survey, and some fleet acquisitions. And as we stated, for the parks improvements, we did have $750 allocated for fiscal year 25 and 26, and after that we taper that off to $500,000, but City Council can provide us with direction on that. And then included in this, we do have the costs for the FM 1103 Phase 2 for our advanced funding agreement that we need to provide for that, and then we still have the funding allocated in there for our utility relocations that we're currently still working with TxDOT to get the final approval on those. So last year during our CIP presentation, we provided y'all with the SWOT analysis of what our current state was in our program. Some of the strengths that we identified was our program development, the support that we have from City Council and our staff, the organization as a whole, and successfully delivering projects. Some of the weaknesses that we identified was the project management, staffing, and the full cost analysis. That was giving us issues when we were having to constantly come back to City Council, ask for change orders on projects. We've gotten a lot better at looking at the full cost analysis model and developing funding sources to where we're able to fund these projects adequately without having to come to council for that. Some of the opportunities was developing an annual maintenance plan, and we'll get into that a little bit, seeking grant funding, and then working on our structure. So our SOAR analysis, what we were trying to project for future was strengthening our 5-year CIP program, promote more of the community involvement and organization. Our opportunities was various funding sources, various funding opportunities. Pavement management, that's one of the things that we've been working with Aishan on, using their AI technology to help us look at street pavement indexes and helping us with developing a plan to maintain our infrastructure. Utility coordination, we're working a lot more closely with our partners. As we are in Tolly Road, we're getting ahead of the game and meeting with AT&T, GVEC, GVSUD to making sure that we get all those conflicts identified ahead of time. So that way, once we get into construction, we don't have those challenges facing us. So we're doing a lot better on our utility coordination. Our aspirations was infrastructure maintenance program. We're already working on that, developing our zipper maintenance program with our in-house, looking at pavement preservation opportunities. All those aspects have helped us with that. And then the results, of course, is the project management database is the large one, and council did help us with that. We are currently working with IT and with OpenGov to create our, using Cardiograph to help us maintain our project documentation and everything for our projects and helping it move a lot quicker. So going over the evolution of our CIP management. So as you can see, the structure for the past 2 years has stayed consistent, staying underneath under the public works umbrella, with the help of our staff CIP committee and the City Council's CIP committee helping us oversee that.
Mr. Gomez, and so can we move this to the strategic workshop and finish it off then?
Yes. Okay. If that's what you would prefer.
Do you have any more slides or? Okay.
Yeah, if y'all just want to go over the proposed projects real quick.
Yeah. So if we can just give us some options and then we can do our homework and then come prepared to the strategic workshop.
Yeah, for sure. So some of the projects that we're considering for the FY26 program would be the Cibolo South neighborhood. So this is located over there off of FM 1103 and North Main. What we're proposing for this one would be to replace the 8-inch main that's currently there. We're having a lot of issues with main breaks in that location. We're getting about 2 or 3 every couple of months. So we're proposing to upgrade that to a 12-inch PVC line and tie that into the FM 1103. And in addition to that, redo the whole corridor with new asphalt pavement, curbs, and infrastructure. For this one also, it's important to note that we do have some funding set aside already, $750,000 from our 2012 revenue for the upgrade of that water line. So that would deduct from that total cost of this project.
And that's going down every street or the main street there, Buffalo Trail?
This would go down Buffalo Trail and then also include upgrading the water mains that are going on the feeder streets as well.
Okay.
We'd be upgrading those as well.
What's next?
Hagerville extension. Okay. So this would extend from the bridge all the way down to Lower Seguin, continuing off where we left off, and also adding in a 12-inch water main to help us as we continue to get water service down there towards Lower Seguin Road.
Do you know why we stopped where we did? Did we just run out of funding for that project?
I don't have that answer.
Mayor, I wasn't here at the time, but all that work was related to improving drainage down the Town Creek drainage way. And so I would imagine that it was both money, but it was also the scope.
Okay, thank you.
It was the scope of the work because it was to take the houses on Park Valley out of the floodplain is what it was.
And then the Green Valley traffic improvements, so this would be a full reconstruction with curbs and sidewalks. And then looking at that troubled area down there by Green Valley, by Slather Parkway, and adding in a turn lane into the school to help with that traffic intersection there. And then we're looking at decommissioning 2 lift stations. So currently we have 5 lift stations. Number 6 is being built in the Still Creek subdivision, and we're looking at trying to decommission as many lift stations as we can. So this would take 2 of them out of commission and relocate that line so that way we can have continuous flow without having to use our lift stations. And then the Deer Creek drainage channel. So this would be a continuation of the Deer Creek improvement that we're doing currently right now. The second phase would take it from where we're leaving off all the way to Dietz Road. And that's it. And so if you have any information, you're seeking any updates, you can scan that QR code. It takes you to our dashboard that we have all our projects listed on.
All right. Thank you, Julio.
Yep.
Okay. In the interest of moving, along with the agenda, I'd like for us to cover this in the strategic management workshop, just because it's a perfect topic.
Okay.
We'll all be together, and this gives us something that we can all whiteboard together, like we've done in the past with the Post-it notes, and decide which ones we think are the most important. So.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And also, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
All right, next up is we're gonna skip a couple of these because we got some action items that we got to get done. So we're gonna move on down to F, discussion action regarding the final plat of Grace Valley Ranch, Unit 3A. Mr. Spencer.
Good evening once again, Mayor and Council. So the Grace Valley Ranch subdivision lies outside the corporate limits of the city of Cibolo. The proposed final plat of Grace Valley Ranch Unit 3A establishes 111 residential lots, each typically 40 feet in width. This follows the approval of the preliminary plat on September 27, 2022. In addition, the land study for Grace Valley Ranch subdivision, which allows for a maximum of 222 lots across units 3A and 3B, were approved on April 9th of 2019. Water and sewer for Unit 3A will be provided by Green Valley Special Utility District, and electricity will be provided by Guadalupe Valley Electric Coop. Per section 16.2.2 of the UDC, a minimum of 8% of the total tract must be dedicated for parkland. Based on the total acreage of Unit 3A, which is 24.350 acres, the developer is required to dedicate at least 1.948 acres. The applicant has submitted a letter identifying 2.50 acres of parkland dedication located within the 900 series of open space lots, excluding any pond areas. Alternatively, if parkland dedication is not feasible, the developer may fulfill this requirement by paying parkland dedication fees to the city in lieu of parkland dedication. As outlined in section 16.2.3 of the UDC, the final decision on the acceptance of parkland shall be made by City Council. At its March 12th regular meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend denial of the final plat of Grace Valley Ranch Unit 3A. This was due to outstanding comments pertaining to formatting issues, confirmation of total acreage, and the parkland dedication, as well as the correction of minor errors that were on the plat. Following the commission's consideration of the plat, the applicant submitted a revised plat and supporting documents, which were reviewed by staff and the city engineer. All outstanding comments have been addressed with the exception of the one item, which is City Council's acceptance of parkland dedication. So these revisions now comply with the subdivision regulations in the city's UDC, as well as Section 212 of the Texas Local Government Code. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the final plat contingent upon City Council's acceptance of parkland dedication.
Okay, can I get a motion on this one?
I have a question. So I remember hearing that we require alleys if lots are not that wide, and I'm not seeing that here.
So
they
this, yeah, this was approved, like the land study was approved before that ordinance went into effect. So by that way, they were vested to a prior ordinance. So any new development after that ordinance went into effect, now they have to comply with that 60-foot lot width requirement that requires alleys if it's anything less than that.
Okay, do we have a motion from anybody? Okay, fails, lack of motion. Moving on to the next one is G, discussion action regarding the land study for the Neal Tract subdivision. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So this is land study for the proposed Neal Tract subdivision located on Schmeckle Road, west of the intersection of Schmeckle Road and Santa Clara Road in the city of Cibolo's ETJ. The land study is proposing a 4-phase development consisting of approximately 67 acres and 337 multifamily residential units featuring townhomes and condos. The land study submittal proposes the subdivision will be served by GVEC for electricity and GVSUD for water and sewer. The applicant provided letters of certification as required within the UDC. The Neal Tract subdivision is designated as neighborhood commercial on the city's future land use map. However, it's more so aligned with the compact residential place type. At its March 12th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend denial of the land study for the Neal Tract subdivision based on the following findings. 1, the analysis is geared towards single family and not multifamily. 2, the easement information is inconsistent. 3, the land study does not reflect the regulations in the city's UDC. 4, the engineering design report is incomplete. And 5, the land study does not depict or confirm required parkland dedication. And we have within your reports the staff analysis, which goes through each of the different criteria. And to help you make your own findings, 2 things I want to point out were in regards to the engineering design report. It includes GVSUD for feasibility studies and water and wastewater services. These studies are based off of 351 residential EDUs for single-family detached housing rather than multifamily use, as well as the parkland dedication. It's not shown on the land study. The minimum acreage for parkland dedication cannot be confirmed as being satisfied for that reason. So therefore, staff recommends denial of the land study as it does not conform with the subdivision regulations in the city's UDC due to the lack of the absence of information on easements, lack of details on proposed parkland dedication, and discrepancies within the engineering design report, which references single-family residential instead of multifamily, as shown on the land study.
Okay, can I call for a motion, please?
I make a motion to deny 11G.
Second. With the conditions that staff
Correct, with conditions that staff raised.
mentioned in our report.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Hicks. Please vote. We'll record Katie as a yay, so it worked now, Katie. 7-0, denied. Okay, moving on to I, discussion action regarding an amendment to the land study for Steel Creek subdivision. Mr. Spencer.
So on June 26th, 2018, City Council approved the land study for the Steel Creek subdivision. Continental Homes Texas LP is the developer. They're requesting to amend their land study to reflect changes outlined in the PIA agreement. The developer's proposed amendment to the land study as outlined in the cover letter includes the following key changes. It revises the land study, platting order, acreage, and lot counts for units 4A, 4B, 6, 7, 9, and 10. It changes the land use and lot size in Unit 10 from 25-foot townhome lots to 60-foot mixed-density residential lots. It removes the previously proposed 150-foot right-of-way reservation and dedication, and now it's dedicating parkland in its place. It removes the western 80-foot proposed collector road and its right-of-way dedication. It adds the preliminary location for the proposed north-south collector road
Mr.
according to the
Spencer,
city's.
this was pulled, is my
We,
understanding.
H was pulled. We moved past that one, Joel. We went to J, or I.
Okay.
Not a problem. Oh, no, not a problem, sir. To align with the city's MTP, the developer is wanting to dedicate 47 acres to the city to help out with alignment. It updates the land study exhibit to reflect recorded units and provides document numbers, and it also removes a 12-inch water connection to the existing 16-inch water main on FM 1103. So these were a summary of the key changes that were made. At its January 8th regular meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the amendment to the land study for Still Creek subdivision. And we also have within your packets the different criteria for approval with the different staff findings to help you make your own finding. And staff is available if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have a motion on this one? For I, please.
I think we got an email about this one. Can we table it until next?
You can
meeting when we have
continue
the
it
other
till
items?
the next meeting when you also have the Steel Creek PIA.
Perfect. Then can I make a motion to table 11I?
Okay, I got a motion on the table by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Councilman Mahoney. Please vote. Yours is just a little slow. It'll catch up like it did. Yeah, you're good now, Katie. All right. 7-0. Or is that you over there, Val, voting for her? Is that you voting for her, Val? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Next up is J, discussion action regarding the final acceptance of public infrastructure for Red River Ranch, Unit 6. Mr. Otto.
So Red River Ranch, Unit 6 has petitioned for final acceptance of the infrastructure. The developer is Continental Homes. The PUD was approved March of 2015. This unit has 51 single-family residential lots and 2 green belts. The plat was recorded in March of 2022. With this project, they constructed 1,426 feet of water, 8-inch water, 116 feet of 15-inch sanitary sewer, 1,538 linear feet of 8-inch sanitary sewer, and 1,927 linear feet of 6-inch sewer laterals. They also constructed 1,905 linear feet of street, along with other earthwork and grading necessary for those improvements. Total valuation of the improvements is $817,549.81. We did conduct a punch walk on the subdivision. All punch list items have been addressed as of March 10th, the last time I was out there, and I do recommend acceptance of the infrastructure.
Mr. Otto.
Have you looked at it, Joel?
I have, but my concern is there was former mayor drove through that one time whenever, and we haven't had the rain, so we don't know how it's going to react. But he drove through it in his Hummer, his H2, and it was up halfway up to his door, almost to the mirror. And we haven't had that type of rainfall to show that that subdivision is going to drain like it's supposed to. So that's my concern on this. The roads look good. The sidewalks look decent for now. But I wish we had a longer warranty on this stuff, because once we accept it, we only have, 12-month
The 12-month warranty would
Yeah,
kick in upon
from
acceptance.
the time that we accepted, so
But didn't we extend our warranties, but only for newer properties?
newer subdivisions.
And what did we extend it to? Was it 18 or 2 years? Y'all remember?
It was not 2 years, it was 18 months.
18 months?
Yeah,
Okay.
from preliminary
wanted 2 years,
acceptance,
but-
from preliminary acceptance to final acceptance extended from 12 months to 18 months. But I believe after final, we continued with 12 months, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
I can
Okay.
double check that.
Thank you. All right, so we get a motion on this one, Joel?
Second.
Okay, a motion on the table by Councilwoman Roberts and seconded by Norma Sanchez Stevens. Please vote. Yay, it worked. Okay, so 6-1 approved. All right, next up is K, discussion action regarding the preliminary acceptance of public infrastructure for Buffalo Crossing 2, Knights Crossing. Mr. Otto.
Yeah, so Buffalo Crossing to Knights Crossing is the public right-of-way. This is IF Development Associates is the developer. The land study was approved September of 2015. And I do want to note, this is just for Knights Crossing. There are no residential lots. It's just the road and associated infrastructure. With this one, there's 1,885 linear feet of water, 2,546 linear feet of sanitary sewer. There's 1 open channel and 6 minor drains, and then 1,565 linear feet of street. Total valuation of the public infrastructure is $1,788,750. Again, we did do a punch walk. All punch list items have been addressed as of March 10th when I did the final drive-through.
I just want to reiterate again that this development is supposed to be building Knights Crossing, the extension, and it has not gone anywhere. And so I know that we need to accept these things. We have residents living there. These are already built, et cetera, et cetera. But I hesitate because we're not getting what was promised in the PIA, and it's been almost 10 years, and the PIA is for 10 years.
The trigger in the PIA, and I'd have to double check this, but I believe it's upon recordation of the 400th lot.
That is correct, and they're under that number.
Yeah, they're still under that number.
So it's not a matter of
For
not,
them to start?
yeah, it's not a matter of us not enforcing the PIA, it's the trigger to start the design and the construction of that bridge.
So I have concerns with that because I feel like this may stall at 399 and then no other building happens. So I just want to make sure that that's still very well documented, that that's on our radar, and we want that started as soon as possible. But I'll make a motion to approve 11K.
Do we know how many homes have been built back there currently?
Yes, but not offhand.
Okay,
We are keeping track of how many homes have been not built but recorded.
okay. If you could email Mr. Reed so he can pass that to us,
Yeah, we
I
can do that.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Cunningham. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by, we'll go with Mahoney on this one. Y'all had a tie. All right, please vote. All right, 6-1. Okay, next up is L, discussion action regarding the preliminary acceptance of public infrastructure for Buffalo Crossing Unit, 2, Unit 5. Mr. Otto.
So Buffalo Crossing 2, Unit 5 is still IF Development Associates, same land study back in September 2015. This one does include 94 residential lots. It has not been recorded yet because we haven't done preliminary acceptance, which we're doing now. This one has 3,709 linear feet of water, 4,229 linear feet of sanitary sewer. There is 2 drains and 1 culvert crossing on the drainage, and 3,662 linear feet of street. The total valuation of public infrastructure is $2,115,749. Again, we did do a punch walk. All punch list items have been addressed as of March 10th, and I am recommending preliminary acceptance of the infrastructure.
So just to kind of answer Ms. Roberts' question, there's a little chart on this one, and with these 94 lots, we'll be at 328. So I make a motion to approve 11L.
Okay, we got second by Councilman Mahoney. Please vote. 6-1. All right, next up is M, discussion action regarding the preliminary acceptance of public infrastructure for Buffalo Crossing 2, Unit 6. Mr. Otto.
Again, same thing as the last one. This one contains 71 residential lots and 1 recreation center. There is 2,983 linear feet of water, 1,571 linear feet of sewer. There are 2 drains on this one, 2,886 linear feet of street. Total valuation of public infrastructure is $1,395,740. Again, we did a punch walk. They have addressed all punch list items as of March 10th. Therefore, I am recommending preliminary acceptance of the infrastructure.
So I just want to add that with the addition of these 71 lots, which is a really convenient number, it brings it to 399, which is exactly
One
what,
lot under.
yeah. And I can almost guarantee that that is strategic and intentional. We have waited almost 10 years for this road. I am not happy. I am not inclined to approve this just without a guarantee that they're going to start on this. We're approving 3 preliminary plats. They're going to build on those for the next year. You can see the timing of these. They did 2 in 2020, 1 in 2022, 1 in 2023, none in 2024, and now 2 at the beginning of 2025. What is the timeline for the next plat that they'll get that one final lot that they need to push them over the 400 to make them follow through with their contractual obligation? So that is my concern, that we're just going to keep kicking this down the road. It'll be probably another 2 years before they bring us another plat, and then what? So with that, I make a motion to deny 11M.
Okay, so we got a motion to deny by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Councilwoman Roberts. Please vote. All right, 6-1. Okay.
Could staff or someone, I don't mind, I've met with the developer before. If that needs to happen again to explain the concerns of council, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I will talk to their engineer tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up is 11N, discussion action of the Motor Vehicle Crimes Prevention Authority, MVCPA grant for the FY25 SB 224 Catalytic Converter Grant Program, authorizing approval of 2 police officers and 1 crime analyst position and 41 flock safety automated LPRs, technology cameras to assist the department in its endeavor to reduce crime. Chief Andreas. Welcome, Chief.
Hey, welcome.
Is this 41 more flock? How many we got right now? A dozen or more?
We have 11.
11? Okay.
Yep.
Wow. Yes.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor, Council members. Cedric Andrews for the record. Tonight, I am providing a presentation on our council on an update on the City of Cibolo successfully being awarded a grant for funding for the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority. I'll refer to it as MVCPA throughout the presentation, which is their FY25 Catalytic Converter Grant. So, as we talk about tonight, we will be talking with council and looking for feedback at the conclusion of this presentation regarding the council support for the PD or the City of Cibolo accepting the MVCPA grant award that came to the City of Cibolo. We would also look at whether or not council has any question regarding personnel or the flock cameras that we received through the grant award approval through MVCPA. And finally, to talk a little with council about questions regarding the 20% match for the grant award. So a little bit of background. So the MVCPA objective is really to combat catalytic converter thefts, right, and motor vehicle thefts through proactive police work, proactive recovery of stolen vehicle, case clearances, arrest of violators, and disrupting motor vehicle crime in Texas communities. When you look at our focus for the police department, when we looked at this, the initial application that we brought before council was for just 2 FTEs, which was 2 full-time police officers and 41 block safety cameras that made up this grant to improve our intelligent-led policing efforts in the city of Cibolo, as well as sharing information with our regional partners. Our objective was the resources that we had to aid the police department in our crime reduction efforts, increase the safe environment that we have here in Cibolo, but also to increase our presence of officers in the community. So the MVCPA board, in January, I presented to the MVCPA board with the city of Cibolo's strategic plan of how we would utilize intelligent-led policing and with the creation of a high-intensity activity team, which would be the 2 officers assigned to this, to work in our hotspot areas and mitigate crime, more particularly motor vehicle thefts and catalytic converter thefts in the Cibolo community. The MVCPA board was very impressed with our presentation. I just want to give thanks to our grant writer, Michelle, as well as Lieutenant Wells, who helped me with the presentation. They were so impressed with the presentation, because we talked about how the city of Cibolo was already making investments in flock cameras prior to getting or asking for additional cameras through the grant, and how we were already utilizing this information with our partners to help solve crime in some of their communities through information sharing. The MVCPA board, after the presentation, reached out to most of the chiefs and many of the others in the audience and said, you might want to mirror and copy Cibolo's presentation. Because when we talk about intelligent-led policing and how you're using this is exactly what the grant is for. So we were able to demonstrate those things to the board. So much so that when we did this, they encouraged us to add another FTE, a crime analyst to this. Because one of their concerns was, how are you going to track the activity for the proactive officers and the information that's coming from the flock safety cameras? So with that, I really feel like at this point in time when they talked about it, I have a lot of experience with crime analysts, obviously in some previous roles that I was in. And I just want to bring the council's attention just some primary duties of what a crime analyst would bring to the city of Cibolo. One, they would provide us intelligence and statistics that we would be getting on crime patterns, series, suspects who commit crimes in the city of Cibolo. A crime analyst would also be responsible for identifying and evaluating unusual activity and any community conditions, and assisting our police department in deploying them to areas to be more effective. We would also benefit from a crime analyst being able to provide complex reports to senior level staff, our command staff, and our Team 1 members. But it also would provide us with an opportunity to provide information to council on information that you're looking for in crime and statistics in the community, to our HOAs, our community watch groups, and as well as local businesses in the city of Cibolo. The bottom line, the crime analyst would also help us to improve our investigative follow-up on investigations. Just today, we were able to, I think many of you may have seen, we've had some mail thefts that have occurred in Cibolo in our mailboxes. One of the flock cameras have identified a lead. We don't know if it's a suspect, but because of that, an analyst would help us to be able to put those trends together more quickly. As we talk a little bit about the outcomes from the grant award acceptance, should council approve the MVCPA Catalytic Converter Grant Program, I would just like to remind council that one of your priorities to the police department was to find out grant opportunities to add FTEs to the police department. And I think we have done that for you tonight. Additionally, it would not only add the 2 officers and an analyst, we would also get 2 vehicles with the approval of this grant, which will increase our presence in patrolling in the community. The additional flock safety cameras would absolutely help us with our crime fighting effort and really providing us more real-time information on crime and stolen vehicles in the community, as I shared with you a few minutes ago. The police department will also increase our community presence. We plan to be in the community, educating our community about catalytic converter thefts and being able to help them by hosting community events to etch and engrave some of the catalytic converters in here. So overall, I think the grant would improve our safety, help us to reduce crime, and increase our community partnerships in the community, which is what we strive for in our mission statement. Strengthening the community through MVCPA Grant Award. The bottom line, the benefits of MVCPA Grant Award will enhance public safety. We will have 2 officers in uniform presence proactively working the streets of Cibolo. Those officers would be responsible, obviously, for identifying crime patterns, especially related to motor vehicle thefts. And we would also enhance our data-driven capabilities through that crime analysis and be able to hopefully produce reports and be even better at following up on investigations. As we talk about the strengthening this community safety, I just think it's clear for us. Our ultimate goal is strengthening community trust, demonstrating our commitment to public safety, and being a proactive police department. It goes towards that. That is the goal for the Cibolo Police Department. That is what we're striving for. The bottom line, as you look at this, I think the slide says it all. A safer community will benefit our residents, businesses, visitors, reinforcing that Cibolo is a secure and safe, thriving community, which we are. So we get into this budget and resource area. So the grant adds the 3 FTEs. That's the one that we didn't present to you that the MVCPA board asked us to add the analysts. But with that, it would cover overtime expenses, travel, and supplies. Again, I'll reiterate, the grant would also help us in paying for 2 patrol vehicles for those 2 heat officers. It would also increase 41 flock safety cameras, and it would help us to combat catalytic converter thefts with our laser engraving. And what that looks like for us is at some of our local muffler shops and auto theft shops on the weekends, hosting community events and inviting those in to help engrave and etch information on catalytic converters so they're easily recovered.
What about putting that up with the oil changes too?
Yeah, that's what we would be looking at. Where if we can get in there and they will so invite us anywhere that they have a vehicle lift, we would be able to host those community events and invite people out, you all to help engrave. That's one of the big things, engraving your catalytic converter. So when it is stolen, we have an easier way of identifying that catalytic converter and tying it back to a crime.
Yeah, what I mean is like maybe train the oil change guys to do that for us. You know, as they're doing Cibolo vehicles, just
yeah, with the grant, we would have to do it. That would be part of our grant requirement that the officers are doing it. But we're also taking the time to educate the community through that interaction.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so that'd be some of that overtime expenses. But more importantly, I think the grant award is a whopping $525,000, $411 that we would be getting as a result of this. Obviously, we understand that there's a match, but I think this is a big help in the way of us being successful in future grant opportunities if we're able to show how we can meet the objectives of this grant. Our initiative is what I talked about: community engagement, providing training, right, hosting community events, educating these 2 officers to be even better at identifying vehicle-related crimes. And strategically, our aim is to reduce catalytic converter thefts and increase recovery of stolen vehicles and catalytic converter thefts in the community. Tonight, we do have a representative out with us, Mr. Hayden Webb from Flock Safety, who made his way out here. He was a part of the presentation earlier when we did the 11 flock cameras we bought. So I'll pivot here to council for your feedback regarding the questions we have or any questions that I can answer for you.
So we've already been approved. We just need to accept it?
Yes.
Is that where we're at? Okay, go ahead, Joel. Your question.
Thank you, Mayor. That was one of my questions, so also, but thank you, Mayor. The 41 flock cameras, are we going to be installing those on vehicles? Because, I mean, are we just going to put them up all over?
They would be at fixed locations. You know, Councilman Hicks, I think one of the big things with vehicles, when you put those LPRs on vehicles, it's really only as good as the car's moving.
Right.
I do think, and there is a way for those, but I do think having the fixed locations, because most crime that we have in Cibolo, people are driving in our communities. And it really gives us the ability to follow up on it versus a busy night where my officers are taking reports at the jail and no information is being captured. These flock safety cameras almost put a barrier around our city where cars are coming in and out, and we want to add these 41 where we can almost have all of our ingress and egress routes covered.
100%.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate that. The other thing, the 105,000. would we need to budget that for next year, or Mr. Reed, or Ana Miranda, are we going to be able to, do we have the funds to apply towards this?
So
we would-
I'll ask Chief,
Yeah.
how
We
long
certainly
is?
need to budget it for next year. This
Okay,
year,
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, this year we have identified through some salary savings and through some of the monies that we have in our forfeiture funds that we would be able to cover that grant. But obviously, the next year we have to go back and forward. But if we were awarded again, absolutely we would need to.
Okay, that's my question,
cover
is
that.
to find out that, I want us to be able to accept this tonight, move forward. I want to make sure we have the funds to cover our portion of it, because it does us no good to accept it and then we don't have, we're $5,000 short, because we got $100,000 to put towards it. Then we're having to scramble to get the extra $5,000. That's all I
Donetta, go
wanna make
ahead.
sure.
Just a quick question, and this goes back to the 3 officers that you're saying this would add?
Well, two officers.
Well, 2
and-
officers and an analyst.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we are currently already having issues trying to get current patrol, what's your strategy to try to get this?
Look, the bottom line, there is always going to be a challenge with hiring officers, right? At the end of the day, my program would be for us to continue to hire officers. I would not wait till we get them in. As we add some additional officers, I would like to move them over into this grant program, so we start developing stats and statistics so that we can demonstrate our effectiveness to be awarded the grant again, right? These officers would be on the road. They would be working the road and be a proactive element. So it would be adding to our presence. The bottom line, as of today, without this positions being filled, we have 9 vacancies. We hired 1 person on Monday. But we're no different than any other officers. We're trying everything we can to get officers here, and anything that we can do to get them here. But we're also trying to hire the right officer.
Hey, can I get a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve 11N.
We'll go Randy on this one. Sorry, Katie. All right, 7-0. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
All right, so we are gonna skip on down to P, discussion action on directing the city manager to go out for a RFP for legal services. Councilman Roberts. Randy.
That's already been established. I just want to make sure we had the copy of it.
Okay.
And Mayor, I just, during public comment, finished my review of the RFP. I sent it back to Lily Samuelson. It will be released according to that schedule.
Okay, so that one's good, no action needed? Okay, we'll move on to Q, discussion action on hiring legal firm for all Cibolo special projects. Councilwoman Cunningham.
So this was discussed at the last meeting, but in the time crunch that we had at the very end, trying to cram everything in, I don't think that we officially voted to move special projects, any of the special legal projects to the new firm in the interim while we're waiting for the RFP. So I'd like to make a motion to move the special projects to the newly appointed legal firm.
Second.
Okay, please vote on your screens. That's 7-0. All right, next up.
And Mayor and Council, I'll just speak up. I will put on the agenda for April 8th to also assign current litigation cases to the new firm.
Okay, R, discussion action to ratify the waiver of attorney-client privilege concerning the legal opinions of the charter interpretation regarding the mayor's right to vote and authorizing the release of the Messer, Fort, and Hyde Kelly memos. Mr. Reed.
Mayor, Council, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. I just want to cut to the chase to save time, but I'm happy to give my short presentation. There is a motion in here. You all know that this is so that you can waive the attorney-client confidentiality regarding the memos that this is referring to. And so the suggested motion is on your council cover sheet. If you read that verbatim, and if that is passed, it allows us to release the Messer Fort memo and both memos from George Hyde.
In accordance with the City of Cibolo's Code of Ordinances, Section 2-42A1, I move to A, waive attorney-client privilege regarding the Messerfort Law Firm memo titled "Whether the Mayor May Vote Under the City Charter on the Removal of the City Attorney Absent a Tie Vote of the City Council," dated March 4th, 2025. B, waive attorney-client privilege regarding the Hyde-Kelly memos titled "Legal Opinion on the Voting Record of the Mayor for the Positions of City Manager, City Secretary, City Attorney, and Municipal Judge as provided by the current City Charter dated February 19th, 2025, and rebuttal opinion to Messerfort opinion dated March 4th, 2025, and C, authorize the release of the Messerfort and Hyde-Kelly memos.
Second.
And Ms. Cunningham, just for the record, I think you said voting record instead of voting rights.
My apologies, voting rights.
Okay, thank you.
Wherever I misspoke.
Thank you.
Agree.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I read it. I think it's the motion.
Okay.
That was the intention.
All right, 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Okay, we have somebody from out of town here tonight, so we're gonna go back to 11E, discussion presentation on the 5-year strategic technology master plan. Tracy Beekman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Get this presentation up real quick. All right, so this evening we're going to touch on the 5-year strategic technology master plan. Don't worry though, we're not going to go over all of it. So we're just going to touch on a little bit of it. The entire plan is available in your packet. For this master plan, the City of Cibolo partnered with Skeens to help develop the plan. And joining us tonight from Skeens is Stephen Graves. He'll be presenting the findings for us tonight here. So overview of the presentation, going to define a technology master plan, how we got there, what it's about, goals, recommendations, plan implementation. And then, of course, while we're going through this, we're looking to get support from council to start implementing the master plan beginning in fiscal year 26. While you're also going through this, if you have any questions or anything that you would like for clarification on, detailed explanations of, please just let us know. And then, of course, coming up on your April 5th workshop, we were asking that you identify any specific initiatives you recommend prioritizing within the plan. So what's the strategic technology plan? So its strategic technology plan serves as a critical tool for guiding technology growth and adaptation, ensuring alignment with organizational goals and fostering an environment geared towards future challenges and opportunities. The strategic plan aims to improve service delivery and communication channels to address the needs of our residents and find new and better ways to meet the evolving needs of our community. So as you can see on the slide, we did tie this plan together with council strategies, infrastructure, quality of life, financial integrity, and operational excellence. So to this point, if there are any other questions, I'll go ahead and let Mr. Graves come up and take over.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here tonight. It's good to stand up. I know that you guys could use to stand up a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about who we are, first of all. We're Skeens Consulting. I'm a senior consultant with them. My background is IT. I've been in data processing and IT for over 45 years. I was a CIO for the city of Richardson for 33 years, so I have a lot of experience dealing in technology. We use that at Skeens to help cities navigate IT. We deal with a lot of cities your size that struggle because of course, cost and because of security needs and all the things that you have to do to protect your environment. And so it's forward-thinking cities like yours that brings groups in like us to come in and look for holes, look for things that can improve productivity and help cities move forward. So as Tracy said, we have a four-phase approach. First one is the initial one, and that's just sending out questionnaires, getting information. We worked really well with your departments, your director heads. They were very They filled out the documents on time. They submitted it on time when we came and had meetings with them. They were very positive about IT and about what IT meant to the city. They understood that ticketing was a little slow because of staffing levels that IT has. So when we went through those things, I want to say that you have a really good team. Everyone was very positive and wanted the city to move forward. In phase 2 of it, we create the technology assessment report. So it's just a basic report from all the meetings that we had with the departments, from the inventory that we did with, looking at servers, software, all the things that you have in your environment. We develop this report, then we bring it back, we talk about it, we look for things that we may have missed, and then we create the recommendation and the prioritization. And what that includes is any kind of projects that you may need in the future. And we're going to talk through those. And then last is the actual strategic plan. It's a booklet that we give you guys that you can use. This is a living document. This isn't something that you throw on a shelf and you're done. You use it to move through a 5-year cycle, right? And it's one of those things that you really should update every so often, just like you do accounting, right? Every year you have accountants come in and they audit your books. Well, you really, with technology nowadays, with security, with all those things, you really need to be doing that, and IT too. They need to come in because, you know what? No one's perfect. If you think you're 100% secure, you are way wrong. You will never make 100%. The best you can get is 99 point something, right? And it's if you fill all these holes that we're talking about today. Okay, our goals and recommendations. So part of what we do, we've been in business for 35 years doing IT things, right? We use tools. One of them's called our computer economics tool that we pay for. And what it does is they go out, they look at cities your size, and they figure out what technologies they use, what softwares they use, what's their staffing levels for someone your size, how quickly is your city growing, what does the future look like for you guys? I mean, to me, you guys look like a Prosper or a Salina in the Dallas area. That's where I'm from. But where you set, you have potential, and you guys know this. I see everything that's going on. You know that you're growing. So you're going to have a lot of growing pains, and we have to make sure that we account for all of those things. So part of this plan is doing that. Our goals and project recommendations is standardize and simplify, modernize to promote better operational efficiencies, transform the IT organization to focus on technology advisement and quality customer service. Police cars as an example, fire trucks, they have routers, they have computers, they're driving server farms down the road is what they are. You talk about these technologies using cameras, that data's going somewhere, maybe to the cloud, maybe locally. You have to plan for all of those things. So that's what this is part of. And then, of course, your COOP plan. You have to have a plan, especially in Texas, right? Tornadoes come sweeping through here. You have to have a plan for IT too that says, if my data center gets wiped out, I know I have a backup in the cloud. Tracy's been doing a lot of good things. He's been improving your network switches. He's been updating those. He's been updating routers. He's got a cloud backup solution to put things in the cloud. So a lot of things are going good for the city, but there are still a few holes that we have to take care of. One of them's that COOP plan. IT needs to have a plan that says, if a tornado takes out my data center, what's the priorities for the city? Do we need to get payroll up first? Do we need purchasing up first? What processes do we have to do? And how long is it going to take us to do it? Is it going to take us a week, a month? If it's a cloud backup, can we bring it up in the cloud and have everyone access it that way? It needs to be documented. You need to have a plan in place, and that plan's not here today. There you go. Standardize and simplify. So one of the things that we looked at is, again, the holes. You need to look at upgrading the data center. What does that mean? Check the UPSs, make sure the batteries are good. Look at the technologies that you have in there. Is it up to date? Yes, a lot of it was up to date. He's been doing a good job updating these things. But little things. Do we have a camera in the data center? Because I don't have staff sitting in there. Do I have a camera in there that I can pull up from a remote site to make sure that the servers are doing what they're supposed to do? Do I have a smoke detector? Do I have a water detector? Do I have these kinds of things in the data center? Do I have the utility that allows me to look at it from other places, right? So those are things that are going to need to be tackled because those were holes that we found in the data center. Build out a backup data center. You guys have a plan for a new fire station in the next couple of years. There's a plan in there already for a data center. Key is, right now you have one data center, it's at PD. That's it. Typically, you have a disaster recovery center. You have another place in the city that's away from your primary, so that if a bad storm came through, you still have it over here. Think about it, we talked about the cloud, right? How quickly can you restore from the cloud? It could take a week to get your data back. Can you afford to be down a week? So you've got a plan in the next couple of years. I just want to enforce that you guys keep that plan and that you build it out to be a recovery data center so that you have replication, they're talking to each other. You have what's called snapshotting, which is pictures in time. You have all of these things. You have failover so that if something happens, if one data center blew up, that one kicks in, everyone's fine. That's what we want to work toward. And you've already started doing that. Right now, you have one internet pop. Do you know what an internet pop is? It's a point of present. It's where our network at Cibolo connects with AT&T or with Verizon or with another group like that. Right now, you have one. A lot of the new softwares, a lot of the new products are in the cloud, right? We're talking cloud. It's best to have two pops from different providers. So you have one that's AT&T, and then you have another one that's from someone else, right? Right now you have one, so we're recommending that you add a second. And then, of course, you continue building out your fiber. Right now you guys have been working on your fiber network. We recommend that you keep doing that. And then we recommend that you put into place a SOC, which is a software operations center or a security operations center. And what that is a company that sits outside your network that monitors your network's traffic. They look at it. If they see something that doesn't look right, if you're getting a bunch of spam coming through or whatever, they report back to the guys in the data center and say, hey, you need to look at this. And then they walk them through and help them. That's a 7 by 24-hour service that you pay for. But cities your size should have that. That's just another tool in your tool chest, right? So we recommend that you do that. Your ERP system. I could spend about 30 minutes telling you every software product that you have in your city. Right, we won't do that. We won't do that. But like I said, I've been in this for a long time, and old school was to buy what we would call best of breed. You would buy a financial package, you'd buy a utility package, you'd buy all of these different packages, and then you'd come back and try to make them all talk to each other. That's the state that you're in right now. To be more productive, I mean, talking to the departments, they know that they have to download data here, put it in a spreadsheet, touch it up, and then move it into this system. That's not productive. Plus, the person that does that, if they leave, do the other people know how to do that? That can become a big problem. It did for the city of Fort Worth. So there's places where we do things like this that we need to stop. And that's one of them. So when we look at what an enterprise resource system is, it's a system that's all connected already. You won't have, it will never be 100%. You're always going to have to interface to something. But your main modules, your finance, your payroll, your HR, your budget, all of that needs to be one system, right? So that they feed each other and that you don't have to worry about that. That's one of the things that we're looking at. And then transforming the IT department. Right now, the director of IT is the network administrator. He's a PC tech. He's a whatever he needs to be. That doesn't give him a lot of time to think about all the technology that's going on in Cibolo or should be going on in Cibolo. So right now it's Tracy and 2 PC techs. That's the IT department. Similar cities your size, if you can look, our recommendation is that you need to add 4 new IT people. Now, does it need to happen today? No. But we're going to show you later on in the presentation, and let me go there because I'm out of time. We're going to go a little bit further and I'll show you that. Collaborate with operational departments for unified strategy and governance. Redefine your technology governance. Right now, you really don't have a governance plan. What is a governance plan? It's where all the decision makers, the department heads, work with IT in a regular basis where you sit and you talk about what are our technology needs? What do we need? What do we see coming in the future? Are we going to get a park software package? Are we going to get cameras that we're going to mount all over the city? Are we going to get body cameras? Whatever those are, you have a regular meeting. I'm not saying you do it every month, but it would be nice to start with every 3 months and see how it goes. I will tell you, if you do it too much, you will have people that don't show up, and then they'll start sending people that can't make decisions to the meeting, and then it's over. So you really want to have that communication. People need to be talking about the needs of their groups, and IT needs to be listening. And they need to be listening to what IT's projects are and what they're dealing with too, right? So you have to have those priorities, and that's what those meetings are for, is to help set all those priorities. IT policies. We need IT policies. We need updated policies, and we need new policies. So Tracy's going to be working on that. The COOP program, I talked about that. Emergency management, the fire department, the police department, they're really good with COOP plans, but we need to get, we need to get finance involved with IT just to talk about what are our processes if something bad happened? What do we need to do? What has to come up first? You know, it's typically payroll and purchasing, because when you have a disaster, a tornado comes through, you got to buy all kinds of stuff. I know we can use Pro cards now. I don't know if you're limited on Pro card use, but during a storm, if you can't cut POs, what are you doing? You're using a credit card, right? Or a credit card, or plans with Home Depot. And then again, the IT strategic plan refresh. You need to continue to keep this living document living. Here's our recommended plan implementation. I do want to point out a couple of them, and this is just, of course, you guys got to make this decision, but one of the positions that we recommended was software tech. That's more going to go in line with if you do the ERP system. A typical ERP system, starting from the RFP process all the way through deployment, is going to start, it's going to be 2 to 3 years of a build. You got data conversion, you got interfaces, you got all these things. So when we talk about that application person, you want that person right after the RFP is done and you've picked the software, that you need that person in there when you start project managing that project. So again, that's a 3-year thing. We're recommending the network administrator right now because you really don't have one, and that's a very, very important position. Like I said, Tracy's doing it. Tracy's doing it and he can use the support. So we are recommending that that's the first level that you do. And then over the next 4 years, whatever, that we place these other positions, the software application person, and then 2 PC techs is what we're looking at.
Is there any opportunity to outsource some of this work?
So that's a good question. So these new ERP systems that we get, those are going to be cloud solutions. 90% of them now are cloud solutions. You guys are about to put in a new public safety record system from Tyler. It's going to be a cloud solution. So, and IT needs to help with that, right? To be part of that. But these new applications that we're looking at on this map, they're going to be cloud solutions. So as time goes along, and that's why the 5 years, as time goes along, you may go, well, now that we've got this in the cloud, we don't need this tech. Or, I'm sorry.
No, I just do, we're running short on time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a 5-year plan. So don't run out and hire 4 people, but over time, see how you're doing. Have Tracy come back and say, here's what we're doing good, here's what we're not doing good, right? And then as these cloud solutions come about, it's less servers you're dealing with. Now, one thing I would recommend, if you go to the cloud, you back up your data to your local servers so that if they ever shut down, you have your data.
Which one are you recommending? The Google, the Azure, or the AWS?
Well, Microsoft Azure is a big one right now,
Yeah.
and AWS, of course. Those
Okay.
2 are the big players. And depending upon what ERP system you pick, they're going to determine, okay, you're going to AWS.
Yeah, which one they're compatible with. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got
They'll
it.
have a contract or agreement with them.
Got it. Thank you.
But you're right. And even CAD in the future, I know you guys have a partnership on the CAD system, computer-aided dispatch for police. They're starting to build them in the cloud. So you're going to see that move out to the cloud, right, very quickly. So that's where everyone's going. They're all, because it takes a big load off of your infrastructure. Right now, you got everything running here. You've got Encode for courts, Encode 9.1. If they come back and say, you got to go to 10, it's in the cloud. Right, so these kinds of things are happening. And they will stop supporting 9 at some point.
So Mayor and Council, we have run out of time. No, great presentation, and Council needed to hear this.
I think once we've started something, it's okay to go a little over, or are we good?
As long as you don't take action.
Slides? Okay.
As long as you don't take action.
Okay.
Which you're not.
This one is no action, but if you don't mind, I know Councilman Mahoney had a question.
A couple of things, because I don't know when you'll be back again. But I wanted to ask, when you worked for Richardson.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at something parallel about the number of people you're recommending and how big was the total staff at the city of Richardson?
The IT staff? We
Well,
had 28.
28?
Yes, sir.
And total employees of the city, about 400?
Oh, no. We had 1,000 employees. We had 200 part-time on top of that, so we had 1,200. We actually had 4 at PD. We had 4 IT people at PD. Now, they were in the 28. But we also had GIS, and you do not have GIS. Oh, right, but do you control GIS? Okay.
Well, the reason I brought it up was I was just thinking it would be good for council to understand what we're talking about having 4 more bodies in that department and how that's not completely outlandish, because all of these other cities, I used to work for another one up there not far from Richardson, and there was the IT director. Do you know Hamid Kalegapour? He had 7 employees in the department, I think. We had 220 total city employees. And so that's a little bit parallel, similar to what we're looking at in Cibolo, I think, as far as total people and the number of technical staff needed to support and train
Absolutely.
all of the other employees.
And keep up with the security things that have to be taken care of, because, they have tools that you guys don't have where you can send I don't think you guys send emails and things like that where you catch people clicking on links that they shouldn't click on. You do, okay. Okay, but things like that have to be monitored. Someone has to manage that. And Tracy's been doing that. So he's been doing a super good job, but he needs help. And to make sure that your data is protected, social security numbers, employees' data, credit card numbers, all of those things are stored in these databases. And we, you guys have seen it. Fort Worth got taken over, Dallas got taken over, Dallas County got taken. Just name it. I have been working with 3 different cities that were taken over, trying to get their data back. I will tell you this, your data is safe today. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks.
Do you have any more questions? I'm sorry.
Any other questions, Donetta? You got anything? No? Okay. Thank you very much you live in Richardson still?
I'm sorry?
You live in Richardson still?
I do live in Richardson.
Okay, all right, cool.
I actually moved up to Lake Texoma, and then my kids had grandkids, and my wife says, no, we're moving back, so we had to move back.
Yeah,
So,
nice. Okay, well, thanks for coming down to South Texas. I appreciate it.
Oh, I love it down here. Thank you. I was
Okay.
born in Corpus.
Okay, cool. All right, can I get a motion adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.